Hello. Oh, I got it. Look at that. First try. Got the audio to work. Too often I put the cart before the horse on these streams, and I start the stream before I get the audio working. So now I got it. So sweet. All right. Oh, but speaking of put the cart before the horse, I didn't plug the car into the computer yet. Let's add that. I gotta find my network cable. The EMtron, there it is, uses Ethernet to communicate on the KVs and SLs. On the Shadow, they have a USB. So something to keep in mind. There we go. Plugged into the car. I haven't started this car yet, so we're going to see how bad the cold start is. I haven't really given it any uh, excuse me. Oh, not connected, it says. Okay, let's see. I haven't given it any love yet in the startup department, so we'll see how my base map is. Okay, where the keys at? Got me there. Okay. Close the file. ECU's been detected. Open ECU. All right. Okay, inlet air temp says 13.5 degrees. I don't think that's right. I don't think this is the right air calibration. I've had issues with this since we got it going. Something's going on with that. I gotta figure out what. Um, hmm. Usually when Dom's on like, yay! You ever get the EMtron Ethernet working over the internet? Oh, we did once with a access point. Yeah, it's totally doable. It's easy. You just put it in bridge mode, it goes right through. That's not a big deal. But I'm in the car, so I don't need that. That wouldn't make any sense to give myself a Wi-Fi connection if I'm just sitting right here. Okay, so what's with that air temp cal? I was told it's a GM sensor. Let's go to the channels. It seems like when it's running, it's pretty close to accurate. And this says Bosch IAT. I could have swore you said it was a GM sensor. Why would that have Bosch IAT on there? Should be Delphi. Oh, it's like one mouse click up. I wonder if it like rolled. Let me take a peek. Does that look better? 41. That's still, these should be identical right now. I mean, like, it's been sitting since Friday. It's been in this room. Those should be like on point. So my guess is that it's actually the engine temp that's not correct now at this point, because this is set as a standard Bosch, and the Subaru. I don't think that's totally correct. To be honest with you, what's going on here? Oh, this is on custom. Okay, so this is the Subaru one. This is the one that um, were provided for it. But see, I looked at these two. I don't think that's totally correct. Now, how much difference does it make if it's 7 degrees? Not really. Not really. I just want it to be right. 7 degrees ain't that big of a deal. Um, but I want it to be right. Let's see. Let's double check our calibration, see if there's another. Oh, that's weird. That's showing empty. It should be right there. Obviously, I don't think you guys can see this, but for some reason, my EMtron calibration folder is empty. That's weird. That is bizarre. Um, why is that off? Let me double check out of the car. The factory sensor, and that's AC Delta air temp. So those should be really close right now. Ugh. That's what it says, but I don't think the Subaru one. Oh, it's not Bosch standards. This guy. Seatbelt is hopefully plugged in. No, but it's a GD, so it doesn't beep the whole time, right? It's the VAs and GRs they go, but the VAs especially never shut off. Boing, 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 for fucking ever. Drives me crazy. I can't stand it. Yeah, but these I don't think stay on. If they do, I don't hear them. If it does come on for too long while I'm driving, let me know and I'll plug the seatbelt in. But the GDs don't use. That's not usually a problem with these things. All right, so I have to disconnect from ECU because for some reason. This is the calibration that Boomslang gave him for that sensor, but it doesn't seem like it's right. So I am going to open a file. I do not want to save. I'm going to go to their Subaru one that comes from EMtron instead of the one from Boomslang. I'm going to see what they have for that config. See, they have a Bosch standard, and the other one sets it set it custom. Voltage Bosch standard for engine temp. Okay. There we go. Now it's within 1.5 degrees. That's better. So it is Bosch standard for the engine temp. I don't know why Boomslang gives us a different one. That's kind of weird. But that's way better. That makes way more sense. And I can believe the air temp right now is colder than engine temp because right now the fans are blowing on the engine and they're blowing on the intake pipe. So that'll cool that pipe off a few degrees and get closer to ambient outside. So and also I just opened the door, so that makes sense. That's a split I anticipate seeing, not the other way around. So that's way better. Okay, cool. Happy with that. I gotta say one thing though for Nolan's car here. He's got one of those lithium batteries. Those things are the fucking bomb. This thing goes forever without needing. It just goes forever. I can sit here for hours and adjust shit, and battery voltage is like just steady the whole time. Slight decrease, but it just stays on. It is these anti-grav. I think this one might be anti-grav or another brand, but whatever brand it is, it's a killer battery. It works so good. Plus they're lighter, and then you can get off the nose of this car, the better. These things are so nose heavy. That's one reason I went with the air water intercooler is to pull all the intercooling back, with the exception of just a thinner heat exchanger in the front. All that piping and everything, pull it back behind those front tires as much as possible because these things were already so nose heavy. Just one of the many other reasons of doing it. Okay, let's see if this thing starts. Let's do that. Let's go to fuel. Okay, let me save the map to the ECU real quick in case that scaling changes after I hit start. I'm going to save the map. I like that these things, the EMtron recognizes what ECU you're plugged into and then just calls the map name, whatever the map name is on that ECU. And that's really cool. I don't have to keep changing back and forth and stuff. All right, hit the log button. Log button hit. Let's see how she starts. Fingers crossed. Could be a little better. Could be a little better. Wasn't bad though. I mean, it wasn't like it cranked for a long, long time or anything. The flare was a smidge aggressive. The timing cut definitely pulled that flare, kept it from going too high. So my added idle air for startup at this temperature could be lower. I could have a little less in there. And I'm still logging right now, so I'm going to see where the idle position is. 7.2 is where it is right now. And oh, this is a problem. This is a problem because this is percent throttle. This is grams per second. Okay, and we don't have the option of knowing what this is for grams per second to check out the log here, 10.3. So that's really close, right? That means that it's running really close to where this idle initial idle control is, and we started here at 11. So that flare is probably just too much idle air added on top of it for the startup, because it's already really close to running idle. Like here you see mass flow final right now is 9.9, and the table is 10.1. Now that being said, it's a smidge rich right now. It's a little rich, 6%. So yeah, so that idle air calc is really close. If you look here, the throttle is the lower calc and the map is the higher calc. Here by point, what was that, 0.7, 0.8 or so grams. So the map calc is definitely adding more than the throttle calc is. So if we go to this guy, we can look at that and go, okay, we'll see that. But what influences that? Well, this does. Where to go? Trims. So cylinder trim. Nope, that's not the one. Starting fuel. This is post-start temperature fuel. Here we go. Engine comp temp. So we're adding 13% here. So this is definitely going to affect that. I'm just going to zero really quick and see what happens to our split. Looks like all of it dropped together. So this affects both the throttle fuel and the map fuel, which makes sense. That's what you'd anticipate. And here they go back up together, so I'd hit it a little bit. Okay. Charge temp estimation. Yes. I could drop that down a smidge more, but it looks like it's pretty good. And this is charge. This is how much the charge temperature drops based on how much fuel is going into the airstream. So the way I have it set up, because this makes sense to me, the stoichiometric ratio and then the fuel target, it could be lambda actual. Honestly, that'd probably be closer. And so what that's telling me now is um, for ethanol, which has a stoichiometric ratio of 9, it's going to cool it a lot more, especially when it's richer, and it's going to cool it more when it's leaner than it would for gasoline. And so that's what we got here. This being positive, that would really only happen if the fuel temp was a concern. So I must have taken this map and just kind of picked it up a little bit to do some shit, but that should probably be closer to 0. Not that we're ever up there. I mean, this is 1.3 lambda, and our target lambda is never 1.3 that I can think of. So it's not really going to affect us. We're operating like here and here a little bit. You see there's actually a little bit of a step right there. So if I just took this guy like that, and then take this guy, just lower this down to where that's like that. And then we do one of these numbers. That is more representative of what we would see. Still not accurate, right? Like this region here, we're not operating up there, right? Like that's not happening. So what I can do though is make this actual lambda instead of target lambda, and then lie to it. Make it say that it gets colder than it is, so it automatically adds more fuel, right? To get some like feedback on it. And in addition to the O2 feedback, I could add some feedback to it. It's not needed by any stretch. I'm just saying that that's the kind of stuff that I could choose to do with the DCU if I wanted to, because there is so much stuff that we can do with it. Like it's so powerful, we can do all kinds of shit with it. But we're not operating up here. So this spot, I don't need to have this even here. I don't know why it's there. Honestly, this table should stop like right here and not continue over here. But well, let's just fucking do it. Let's do that. Actually, let's change this to actual lambda. Okay, this shows us operating right here at 0.72. Is that correct? Is that where our lambda is? Are we really that rich right now? We're at 8.2. Oh, I was looking at the wrong square. Yes, sorry. There we go. That's correct. That's where we're operating right now. So we're good there. This is better. This is what it should be. This will make a bigger difference. So this tells me that when the fuel richens up on pump, it cools it off this much. If it richens up that far on ethanol, it's going to cool off that much. We don't go that far with ethanol. We're usually down here somewhere. At the most, we're seeing this spot here. And this is just how much the air temp is getting cooled off by the fuel entering the air stream in the chamber. How much of that fuel, how much heat does that, how much energy or temperature does the late heat of vaporization of the fuel cool and densify the air going in. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. That makes sense. Hope that makes sense to you. All right, I'm gonna stop this log and I'm gonna take a peek at it. And I'm gonna zoom in on the startup because the rest of it was good. There were no surges or oscillations, so that's good news. That's why I kept it running in case it picked up some surges and oscillations. So we see here it flared up to almost 2,000. The position you see, oh, that's wastegate. I'm on boost. I want idle. Where do I go? Here. Okay, so idle right there, went almost 2,000. Idle position is 6. It's cranking, it's cranking, it's cranking, and it drops. That's interesting. It drops before it fires. Huh. That shouldn't happen. That's not how this is supposed to work. What is causing that? That would explain why it delays some. The throttle closes on, so we need it open. And then it pops open immediately here. Let's double check our cranking override. Oh, there it is. Holy shit. Why is that so low? I don't want to use this though. I'd like it to use the idle control. Um, wow. Okay. Well, that gives me some. Oh, and I only have one axis? Cranking override throttle area demand table. I don't have an option to turn this off, do I? I don't want to use this. Honestly, I don't like it. Um, okay. Maybe set it on target idle. No, 'cause I'm still trying to start it and get it there. I guess just engine temperature would be better. If I do based on engine temp, at least then, because we're putting more fuel in it. Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, I could try it. Like I've never. This is new with one of their newer um, things that they did. So I could like just raise it up a bunch. This is throttle percent. So we'll say like that. Obviously it's warm now, so it's not going to make a big difference in the start, the cold start, but that might explain why it took so long. And go. Oh, that was too much. It flared. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that. I want to change that. Um, let's try to turn that off. Honestly, I don't even want to use that table. Somebody's in my house. Oh, the birds. I don't like that table at all. Cranking override throttle area demand. If I set to 0, does my throttle go to 0 during cranking, or does that just turn this off? Yeah, it's weird. I've never used that before. Let's see the Janus midway. It's still warming up, dude. Where are we at right now? Just started this thing cold. We're at 162 now. We're at 162. I'm gonna see what happens if I set it to zero. Does that defeat the override, or does that just make it zero? All right. I hit F8. See what it does. I never went to zero. I've been talking to EMtron about this table, not this one in particular, but in how the startup has been affecting the idle control. Something is weird that's been going on with the last couple of revisions since they did the torque thing, with it not doing two things correctly during a startup. One of them is the throttle control, and one of them is the ignition timing. Um, like I just did the override at zero, and I'm not seeing a zero here, are you? Like there's no zero there. And then it goes up to 14.8%. That's a lot. And that creates a huge flare, obviously way more than we want. So let's go to our engine fan, aircon, power steering. Startup offset target is 300. I'm going to import this from a different car. I think I like Josh's better. Let's see if it's got the right one. There we go. I like that. And then, wait, why'd that go to inlet air temp? That's some weirdness right there. And then we're going to 200. Might be kind of quick, but we'll see. See, and here's the minimum to blend idle is 8%, maximum is 10%, and nothing shows us at 14% during startup. Yeah, that's kind of odd. It's not supposed to do that either. So that was one of the things that I was, like I said, talking with him, trying to figure out why it's doing that. Here's our idle target. Here's initial position. You see nowhere in there does it have 14 as a cranking target. Like it's not in there. Nothing there, nothing there. Yeah, so there's nothing in there that says it should be at 14%. Okay, go that way. All right, let's get this thing rolling. slot 1. We're in cow slot 1, so we're at boost table 1 right there. Just make sure that's good. So those are our target tables. Now, what we are going to do at some point here, I will set this clamp so that the clamp is based on ethanol content, as you see here. And then what that means is that we can have a high boost table and a low boost table, and this will just draw it down. If he runs the high boost table, pull it down for pump gas and let it go full for ethanol. So this will just make it so that if he happens to have the boost in kill mode and he's on pump gas, it'll still be like, slow down. Don't need to do that. All right. So wastegate's still at 0 for initial, and we are making 20-something pounds on 0 initial, which means the closed loop control was adding enough that we were hitting our target. And so at the end here, what I'll do is I'll put that in, that final in closer, that value within reason in the initial position table. It'll be a little less because temperature is going to affect that. So then we'll work on temperature compensations. But in the meantime, let's do a poll. First poll on it today, see how it does. Everything looks good. I think it's a lot of noise. A lot of noise. Air fuel ratio pretty much on point here. That is in there really good. Following that line, the target just fine. Timing 6 degrees at peak boost. That ain't shit for time, but again, this is high compression 2.3 on pump gas. So you saw on the last time, if you were here yesterday, if you were here the last stream Friday, you saw that it didn't make it look a difference when I added a little bit of timing. I made it a little bit, and I had 10 pounds or 10 foot-pounds of torque, and that was about it. So cams are tracking. There's a little bit to be had with the cams. I think I could probably adjust the cams a little bit maybe a little bit right here, and even right here. I could probably tweak it a bit and we can get a little more out of it. Just need to mess with that some. But in the meantime, if we look at the dyno graph, that's not bad. Little jitter right here up top. Figure out what that is. Little jitter going on there. But holy shit, this thing's loud. I don't remember being this loud last time I tuned it. I don't remember being that loud. So I can tweak with the cams a smidge. And let's go back to the tune and everything. Look at fuel pressure. Fuel pressure diff is within a couple pounds of fuel pressure. Air fuel ratio, it added a whole 6% right there as the boost came in. So it's not a big deal. That's good. I could probably work on that some. And timing is low as balls. I mean, yeah. So 23 pounds on pump gas. So the wiggle we see here is actually the boost. Looks like the boost wiggle a little bit, and that would give us that wiggle on our power graph. So timing you see is just rock steady. Cams are smooth, right? That's not giving us that wiggle. Unless this hits 0 too early. What RPM is that? 71. Let's look at power and torque on here. Shows a little wiggle on there on power and torque at the ECU a little bit. 71 is right where that dip is on the dyno graph. It might not be that retarded yet. My cams have a different center line than most aftermarket cams, so they require a little different cam timing. This is interesting. This is quite a bit different. But I did change the air calibration. Remember I did change the calibration on the air temp sensors. That's going to affect that a bit on the top end. So we need to work on that some and get that to lay back on top like it used to. In both here and here, the throttle is the high one. So we can take that outflow scalar and make it a bigger number, and then I'll drop it down and bring the map closer. But if we look at it, I think right here where they're the same is the area where it's actually a smidge lean. Yeah, right here it's on. Close enough. Here it's definitely on. It's adding a smidge up here. So, air mass go. So really, this has got to get down a tiny bit, but the map's got to go up a little bit here. So I should adjust that a little bit. It's got to wiggle there too, actually. That wiggles there as well. It's just that boost. That boost wiggling. EMAP right here. I got 296, basically 300 kPa at 8,000 RPM with a 250 on the manifold. So not a lot of EMAP. That's pretty low right now. There's a wiggle here too, but that goes along with the boost wiggling, so that would make sense. I can mess with that. Wastegate is just sitting flat at 20 because we're actually below the boost target on the boost target map. And so it's sitting at a flat 20 and not responding to it. Actually, the boost target. No, I'm wrong. We're above the boost. Wait, why isn't that coming down? Boost target's the white one. Boost manifold pressure's here. So this should have a negative error. Proportional's got negative, but integral's still positive. Look at that. I gotta adjust that integral. Yeah. And that should be going down this whole time we're over the target, and it's not. So I gotta look at that. I must have left something incomplete. I don't know. I think it's just a whatever these things come with. 869282. I don't know. Something like that. But it if Nolan was here, he could tell you. In fact, let me message. Let's see. This is still pump gas. I haven't put the ethanol in it yet. And honestly, I have no idea where his fuel tank's at. I don't have that on the screen. I gotta set that up on the hull tank again, so I don't know how much is in this tank. But I wanted to check the cold start on pumps since I didn't get a chance to really do it yet, and then um, add the ethanol and see what the power was. Looks like it used a little tweak, but nothing crazy. Yeah, this is the 825, so it breathes really well. It's on a 2.3. It's got my cams, my pistons, my rods in it. So it's got the newer version of all that stuff. I'm really happy with that. And a front mount. I'd really love to see this thing on the our air water intercooler. So it says no, it's flat. That torque curve's flat as a board. That's beautiful. Lift the heads. It's only 350 foot-pounds. STIs have big old spikes right here usually, and they go blah and fall off. So this torque curve's great. That's the opposite, lifting the heads. That's a nice flat torque curve. It's that big spike that you get with the small turbos on these things where they have at 4,000 RPM, they got 450 foot-pounds up here, then it dives off. That's what lifts heads on these things. This is boop, almost flat. Like this is actually uglier than it was the other day. It was much prettier on Friday. Yeah, controllable on the track, right? Like that's something I think a lot of people miss is that you get that big torque spike when the turbo comes in. Like that's not fun on the track. You're fighting the boost and traction at the same time. Like I can feel it right now behind the wheel. It's hard to start. So you go to accelerate out of a turn. Dewey knows accelerate out of a turn, and a ultra responsive turbo with a huge torque spike it's going to come in and start hitting, and you're going to start modulating, and then the booster's going to go because like changing the boost target a bunch, and it's stupid. it's not it's not how you want a car to behave. Um, this is like the torque comes in and it's predictable and it's flat and it's yeah, you can be in that zone and have modulation, power modulation that makes sense. It's the best way I can describe it. But you get that it starts coming and you back off some and then it falls on its face and you're like just fighting this hump in the middle of the torque curve. I don't know how else to describe it. Maybe Eric can do it better than me. Turbo speed, yeah, I do get turbo speed. I don't know if it's scaled right. I gotta double check. Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to check the fin count on the 825. How many compressor blades are on the 825? G30 825 compressor blades. G30 Series 2 825. Da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You got 9 blades. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blades again. I count 9 blades. Okay. My 600 horsepower is easier to drive quickly. Yeah, it sucks. It's how we kind of had to do it for street class when it was regulated to stock turbo, right? Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go to config. Let's go to speed, turbo speed, scalar, blade count, 9. All right, apply. There we go. That'll fix the speed. I felt like the speed was wrong. It was too low before. But 14 to 9, I can calculate that. We'll see where we really are. Log in. Go like this. And go like this. So this says basically 76. So we'll go like this. I'll take 76 times 14 divided by 9 is 118. This looks like we're at 119, 120,000 almost at that. And they say 140 is what we got available. That's what they tell you. 140 is the max, but I've frequently pushed these 10 to 15% over the limits and for a long, long time. Um, and a lot of guys that don't even have turbo speed blow through the limit all the time without knowing. So at 120 and this boost level, this is saying basically 700 horsepower of airflow right now, which I would say is pretty close to what we actually got going on right now. Um, yeah, because it's right about. I should show you the graph so you guys can look at it. Let's see if I can bring up the browser and we'll look at it together. With the data that we have, there's going to be some level of estimation because there's only so much data that we have in the car. With turbo speed and pressure it's a okay. Why did not pop up? Pop up. I got it saying edge. There we go. All right, so let's do this together real quick. So we'll go G30 825 compressor map. And I'm not going to go to the pictures. I'm going to go directly to Garrett's site because sometimes the searches get all dicked up. At least here we'll get it direct from Garrett. So then we're going to go here to the compressor map. Boop. And we're going to look at this guy. All right. Now, this turbo has a very short inlet on it. It's basically a pipe and a filter that's about this long for the pipe and this long for the filter. So I'm going to say that the inlet pressure of the turbo is atmospheric minus a couple kPa. There's no reason to think that it's anything crazier than that. So we know that we have 250 kPa. We'll pick a RPM and a pressure. So let's do it right here. Fuck it, right here. 250 kPa. Okay, so 250 kPa. And then our atmospheric is what, 90? Is it on here? 92 right now? 92 and a half? Where'd it go? It used to be right there. They moved it right here. Oh, we're 96 today. We're high today. Okay. 5 by 96. 2.6. So go back to edge. Whoops, bring up that map. Oh, the map's not showing for you, is it? If I had to guess, I would say that window's not popping up. Let me see. Oh, it is. Good. Okay. So 2.6, 120. 2.6 and 120. So here's 110. Here's 125. That's 15. So we're going to go 5, uh, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, so 20 is right here, up to 2.6. So actually right here, 2.6, right about there. So about 680 pounds, it looks like, or 68 pounds, I mean, 68 pounds per minute. Looks about right there. Would you concur with that, watchers? Right about here on the map. So 2.6 this way, and then that's 15,000 RPM swing here. So we're gonna be right about here. This can be the RPM goes on this curve like that, and then the flow goes on this curve. So this has got to be a little bit interpolated. So it's gonna be like 2.6, right about there. Some of this range, right on 68 pounds per minute. No, it wasn't. That's why I just changed it. The scalar was at 14. So it was 14 and said 75,000 or 76,000, and it was at 14. So I just converted that over because all we're doing is counting blade tips, right? So 76 times 14 divided by 9 gives us what it should have said in the 9 scalar. And that tracks, right? 680. That's pretty close. I got the timing way down on this thing, and we got a lot of losses to the wheels. And right now, this dyno reads low in the cold because it can be overly aggressive with the temperature correction. So what'll happen is it'll pull a bunch of power off of it when it's cold, and it'll add some during the summer. Um, I have a discussion on that about how temp correction on dyno is garbage for turbo car. Doesn't work, but um, so you can see yeah, that seems pretty reasonable to me. If I was to throw ethanol on this and not change the boost at all, this thing the power would go right up. And that's hopefully what we do. See, no one's just text me. It says it's 83. It's 83 AR. So that's good news. Sweet. Now that's one thing too. I don't know if you've seen the comparisons of the Gen 1s to the Gen 2s. One of the first things that people noticed was that the turbo speed has dropped a lot in between the two turbos for the same flow rate. So that's a common that's a very common conclusion or observation between people that are comparing these turbos. Is that they're definitely spinning slower than the Gen 1s. So but yeah, I got 20% on the valve, but this is weird. It's not pulling down. So I want to look into that real quick and figure out what's going on because that's weird. We're going over the target and the integral is still here. Initial is 0 plus the dead time. So this is 8 initial and it's going up to 20, which doesn't make any sense because I've got -4 here, +4 here. Where is that other 10 coming from? Must be a compensation in there. Must be a compensation table. We're gonna go boost. Initial. Feed forward. That's because of the dead time. See, the integrals add 4.9. The proportional's pulling 4.6. Exhaust pressure. Gear comp's pulling 3%. IAT's pulling 11%. The target offset's -20. Target base is 250. So the target base is 250. Even the target, and then it pulls 20 off of that to gives us 230. But everything else is saying it's pulling down duty cycle, and right here it's not. That is weird. I must be missing something. Oh, you guys can see my page. Yeah, yeah. My bad. There you go. Yeah, that is really strange. Try to figure that out. Integrals 4.9 positive. Plus 8.8. We'll say 9 and 5 is 14. But the duty cycles are 20. But proportional here is -2. So that pulls 2 off of that. The gear comp is pulling 3. The IAT comp is pulling 10. It should be negative. It should have zero boost valve. It should be at 0. So one of these tables must have a minimum 20 in it. But I checked it earlier when we were doing some stuff, and it was down at 0, unless I loaded somebody else's thing here. Let's see, minimum duty. Oh, there it is, 20. Motherfuck. That is weird. Oh, there's our answer. Max duty 90. Yep. Initial was 0. Yep. The integral is 5. Positive and negative. Those are just starting points. Derivative is 0, which usually we want some derivative in there. But I was trying to do gate pressure. We'll do 1. 1 might be a little high. Integral, nice and low, 0.04. Proportional, that looks okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's a lot like the factory Subaru does it, but they don't have derivatives, so they use it, and they use a proportional to be part of the derivative as well. But we have the ability to use derivatives, so user comp right here. Man. All right, well, there we go. Found it. The problem is this guy. This is the problem right there. Oh, the Carters agreed. Did you guys hear that? It went, "Rrrr." The fans kicked on. The fans kicked on. All right. So this should be a 0-0 pull now. Should be 0-0. Actually 0 whiskey dude. And I got the scalar at 9 now, so we'll get to see how close my math is. Oh no, it's 0 then, not 20. Well, we'll do back at 20 in a minute. All right, the car was wiggling on the dyno there. So yeah, the graph have a little bit of wiggle. But the car was wiggling on rank it, right on the dyno. All right, so gate pressure looks like it's a 14-pound spring. That's a little higher than I like them. I don't like having quite that high. I like them a little lower than that. I like them closer to like 10 to 12 tops is where I like my wastegate springs at, because I want to be able to target less than 14 easily. Um, and we don't have the ability to do that. That should be a 0 here. This says 16. Why would it say 16? Oh, because now it has closed loop control with everything else being zeroed. Right, so integrals 5% and the dead time. So I guess I was wrong. 16% is giving us that. So it probably is a 12-pound spring. Hey, Kenneth, welcome. All right, and that was 100,000 RPM. So let's go back to that 20% minimum and just see where the turbo speed goes real quick and compare that. Uh, I don't want initial 20 because that'll make it all. Max duty. We're going to set the max at 20, and then we'll set the min at 20, like that. That'll get us right where we want to be. I should have set the max at 0 for that last pull to find out the way skate spinning actually was. All right, so now at 20, um, the boost didn't go up very much. 107. Okay, so yeah, I think that 120 was accurate. The boost is still lower right here than it was. So that 120 was accurate in the 120,000 RPM. EMAP is just barely more than boost pressure right here. Hey, Justin. So EMAP is 238 when boost pressure is 220. So that's pretty good. This boost pressure here is reading less than manifold pressure by 1 kPa. That's not right. Like, maybe the other way. That'll kind of mess up with their calculations a little bit. But, there's error in all the sensors. And unfortunately, I mean, 1 kPa is nothing, right? That's not much, but I still like to see it closer if I could. All right, so now we got to change our scalar, our outflow scalar a little bit. Let's see what we got. Map air mass, 1.6, throttle air mass, 1.8. That's a big difference. 1.69, so 1.7 to 1.8. Okay, and that's 1.75. Okay, that makes sense. And we are doing what with the fuel at this point? We are adding 3%. So that means the higher one is more accurate. It isn't accurate. It's probably too high, but the throttle one is higher and that's more accurate, but it's still too high. Like it um, should be like one, because you look right here, it's 170 air mass final, 169. So we go to the fuel. Oh, that one's right. 1%, 6%. Where's the air at? Right here, 3.9. So 3.9, it was running 186. So it needs 3% more than that is correct. So the throttle's closer, but still high, and the map is low right there. And so those last 3 pulls that we did, the map was low on all of them. So right there. And that tracks, right? We saw that exhaust pressure there is lower than boost pressure right there at this pressure, at this boost level. And you can see that right here, 110. So we have a positive ratio across the engine. We have more boost pressure than back pressure. The answer is yes, we are definitely going to have higher than 100% VE unless there's some stuff's really messed up. Like it definitely should be higher than 100%. So that part tracks. And this 100 actually probably isn't. So it looks like right here, I don't have enough resolution on my fuel map right here. I need to put more resolution in this area, this zone, because I'm not going to be here. I'm going to spend more time between this 80 and 120. I should increase the resolution there so that I get more fine control through the different boost levels. So we're going to do that because I don't need it to be that high. This 200, that's not even going to ever exist. 200 is not going to exist. That's not going to exist either. But I do want to add a 105 and a 115. And then that gives me a few more steps in that zone. But I'm going to add a 95 as well and an 85. Let's increase the resolution in that zone quite a bit. And then we're going to let it interpolate those values so that we can get more finite resolution in this zone. We're operating the most in this region. Okay. So this 100. 100 means intake and exhaust pressure are the same, right? And that means that if there is a positive VE in that area, that means it's from inertia flowing through the engine. Well, this thing's going to have a lot of mass flowing through it. It's going to have some inertia. I could see it being, you know, at higher air densities, have maybe higher than 100. I don't think this much higher. So I'm going to knock this down a little bit like that. Definitely not in the lower RPMs. Definitely going to be lower in the lower RPMs. Higher RPMs, I can see that happening. And then as that delta gets higher, we're definitely going to get it. And that delta is not going to be high for long. Like, we're not going to get a lot of time with this thing above that delta because the back pressure on the engine is going to start going up pretty quick. And then this number is going to start falling. It's going to start falling down to here pretty quickly, falling down in this region as the RPMs go up like that. So let's go to the log. So right here, where we saw that our correction was 1%, right here, 1.25. If we go to air mass here, we see the map is still low, and the final was right, and the throttle was high. So I still need to bring the throttle down. The outflow scale needs to come down, and the map still needs to go up, which I think I just added a little bit to the map right there in this region a second ago. Yeah, you see the blue dots? I added some to that. So that's going to help bring that up like it should be for the map. And then I'm going to go to my TMF. Oops, I need to do a config. Air mass, throttle mass set up there. And I need to take this guy and put it close to where I thought it was supposed to be before. Remember I was saying, if you were here on Friday, you may recall I was saying it's usually closer to 18. So that should help that. And that should get these closer together. They still won't be right on each other, but that'll get them closer together. This will separate some. This will be closer. This will separate, and this will be closer. That's what we'll see with that last change. All right. Let's go to health again, or tuning, next engine health, timing. Yeah, we got a whole 8 degrees there. Air fuel, sevens. Okay. Cam control. Again, I haven't messed with this though. I could. Um, I don't like changing too many things at once because I'm trying to get that fuel dialed in, get the boost control dialed in. Um, but I do want to make a small change right now. But, if I change this too far, then that's going to change my airflow through the engine. So I'm going to put this at 5 right here. Like I said, my cam's got a different center line, and it tends to like a little more up top. Tends to. Doesn't always. Not every car's going to be the same. It might want me to zero it out at 6,000. But I'm going to put 5 here and see if that changes that wiggle at all. And then, actually, no, I'm going to go higher than that. I'm going to go bigger. I'm going to take this whole section right here and do that. That's too far. I'll go about 10 right there, like that. And then we'll see what it does. And that'll give me an idea of whether it likes it or not. I'm leaving the duty cycle at 20. Locked. Oh, it liked that. It did like that. Let me bring that up by itself so you don't see all these lines everywhere. If you look, it liked that. So one thing that it likes is anytime that you have that positive ratio of pressure, you want to have a little more cam timing. Um, and it doesn't get negative until right up here, so that's when it starts to fall off. It's a little dip at 7, so overall I feel like it was digging it, but I can make this a little better. Here, I could probably add some more cam timing, honestly. That might even smooth this out right here. I think 52, I've got it coming down too fast. So if we look at 52, it's dropping really. Uh, the boost comes in, and let's take a look at the page here. Boost comes in, starts to drop. Timing's coming up. So other than this little drop right there, really you would think the torque would be improving. It went a little rich on that one. Up top, it's adding 6%. So that cam change increased airflow in the engine dramatically. Honestly, that's pretty crazy. Provided the air mass isn't whacked out. Oh, look at that came right on. Wow. That was a lot closer than I thought it would be. I thought it was me close, but not like that close. Look at that. Okay. So it's really close. Um, both need to go up a little bit, but that cam timing change made a difference. It's adding 6%, 7% fuel right there now up top. And it's only really right there. Like it was 4 over here, and then it came down to 0, right? Or one point something. Now it's 7%. So that means I'm pushing 6% more air through the motor right there, or it's taking at least 6% more fuel to get to our target air fuel ratio. So it definitely liked the electric timing, which I'm not surprised by. So I was saying, I feel like I was dropping too fast. Right here as well. So I might carry this just a smidge longer right through here. The other thing is, like I said, if you have a positive ratio, it's going to want more cam timing. If you have a negative ratio, you're going to want to pull the timing out. So really here should be a lower value than it is, and above that should be a higher value. And you can kind of see that in the graph already. But like, if it was going to be, perfect for this engine, we're going to see something more like, well, that's too much, but you get the idea, right? It's going to be higher here, lower here, because of this is MAP versus EMAP, right? So higher, lower this way. This is more boost. This is more exhaust pressure. And then with RPM, we pull it down. But we usually pull it down with RPM not because we need to retard the cam as much. Granted, it does help to retard the cam up top, but because we're fighting back pressure. So in a lot of cases, and especially with my cam, you may find on a 2.5 liter that you don't hit 0. You don't hit 0 unless you've got a ton of back pressure, because you're not running as high in the RPM. So this thing may like 5 right here as well. I don't think so. I think it's going to a smidge less than that. But you see what I mean? Like this kind of trend, like that, is what you're going to want to see if you're using your back pressure and your manifold pressure to determine where the cams are supposed to be. So like this is probably pretty good. It might even want a couple degrees through here, up to 8,000 even. So we can try like this, a couple degrees in there. That might not be enough, but you can see it's carrying pretty freaking well. It's carrying pretty freaking well. Now this, as it pops up, might just be a smidge too much. Right here might be a smidge too much, and this might be a smidge not enough. And that's kind of giving us that dip. So if we look at that spot and the login again, we'll go back to, is that where the dip is? 52 on the dyno is where that dip is. So it's right here-ish. Now it was rich. That's going to hurt the power a little bit. It's between 5 and 52 on the dyno, and the ECU is how close are we on the ECU? Oh, really close. We're really close. So it's going to be right about here-ish is where that dip is. So let's look at our cam timing. It's high here, and then it starts to fall. The torque is good at 45. Here, torque is great. And then it takes a dip, and then as the back pressure comes up, it's more ideal. So yeah, this This actually might be great where it's at. It just needs to come up a little longer, and we're at 38. It needs to stay up just a smidge longer and then taper down to here. So bump this section up, and that might give us a little more through that range there. So I'm going to go there. I got that plotted. We see where we're at. It's going to go down this and then fall down here a little bit as we get closer, as we get higher in the RPM and higher in boost. So I'm going to bump this up right here. I'm going to take this guy. What's one? That's 5. That's too many. Like this. 1, 2, 3. This. 1, 2. So we're carrying that a little longer. And we'll see if that helps with that torque dip. Like so. A little better. Yeah. See what she does. I'm not going to rip it to 8K because pump gas. And why keep ripping to 8K if you don't have to? I'm not worried about that part of the tune. I'm worried about this lower area. So I'm going to abort the tune sooner than 8K. Again, well, that was 75. Sooner than 75. Unless she just is telling me she wants to go, then I'll leave it up there. But I don't really see a point in doing a bunch of 8K rips for no reason if I don't need the data. But then I'm going to start pulls a little higher up. This is kind of low RPM to start a pull. 2800. Oop. Like, so we come off the dyno there for a second. The car jumped forward on it and then skipped. So I think I might have touched a limiter of some sort. If I didn't touch a limiter, then, oh yes, I did, right here. Boop. Oh no, that's me letting off. That's over in fuel cut. Engine speed limit 4,000. Oh no, 8,000. Just off the scale of the graph. I was like, what? It's 8,000. Okay. There was a bobble there. It might be too rich. Let's see what it did. Ignition angle. What is that? Why did it go down and then up? It definitely misfired. Oh, that sensor cut on me again. Why does that keep happening? There's gotta be something in the wiring with that sensor. I mean, I jiggled the harness at the connection and it was going blah 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 blah, blah breaking up and everything. So I cut that out, redid the wires. Doesn't even have that part of the harness anymore. I cut it out, butt connected the wires, and it's been good the entire time until just right then. That is annoying. Right there. That's what that'd mean. That'd make it cut every time. Why is that sensor doing that? I don't know, but we're gonna do something else though. We're gonna fix something. Go to the fault table. And didn't switch to the fault table because the time for the fault must be 0 seconds. Is that too quick? It should have went to the fault table. It's got a fault table. I've got a fault value set in it. So maybe 0 seconds is just means it's not going to do it. And then when you go 0.1 like that, this is too low. That's what it is right there. When you go 0.2, See if that helps it. Let's go to that thing. Let's apply that. Hit OK. Go back to our log. And that is channel ANV1, which I knew that because it's always been ANV1. So we'll go here. Go on volt 1 during the cut. Wait, hold on a second. Why? Oh, no, it's not that one. That's map. That's not the right one. I want this one. No fault table. There we go. That's the problem. Oh, I don't have an option for a fault table. Huh. That is a shame. I want an option for a fault table so that it defaults to that. And on D times only, there we go, like this. But that's not going to work because then if it faults in boost, it's fine. If it faults at idle, it's going to be fucked. This doesn't work. I need a fault table for that. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Um, hmm, no fault table. Could I have it default into another mode? It says I'll go to limp home mode, but I don't want limp map. I want to just change the fuel model automatically to another model. It's not volt 1 though. It's 8, right? Is that it was 8? 10. It's 10. Ah, wrong button. One of the downsides of working with so many different programs is sometimes you get used to hotkeys and then it's not the hotkey you want. I don't need this many cells. This could be 3 cells, but I'm gonna experiment with that and see if it cuts, if that is extremely noticeable enough. I want to be enough that I notice it, but quick enough that it keeps the engine from misfiring. That switches the fuel model and then doesn't create much misfire. So we can make sure there's no unsafe issues until we figure out what's wrong with that sensor. Did anything change? Well, yes and no. I made more power in that mid range, like I talked about, but didn't do anything here. I didn't get anything right there in that zone. Surprised by that. It didn't go either way. Honestly, that's what surprised me the most. It didn't even go down. It just, oops, wrong one. So you see, it made more power in that area. I thought it would make more power here too, but it didn't. It's exactly the freaking same right there. Hmm. That sensor didn't cut out that time, so I couldn't test my workaround on that. 116,000 on turbo speed on that one. 116,000 turbo speed. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back to um. Oh, let's check our limits because we're not there. But man, we're tickling a limit. Like we are getting close because our boost limit should be just above our target. Why does it say 0 right there? Definitely in 0. This says it's 248, which means we should be hitting that limit. Manifold pressure. Yep. Yep. All of that makes sense. The delay. I mean, we were at 40. That should be instant. Target's 230. Pressure is 260. That's 30. Why does it say 0? Table 1, basically 250. The delay is 0 over that much of a difference. It's on cal slots. Map limits table 1. Man, I'm getting strong Adaptronic vibes right now. When Adaptronic, before they got bought by Haltech, they would do a firmware update and introduce new bugs. And EMtron's been really good in the past, but the last couple updates have all introduced new bugs. And I don't know how much of it is bug versus them changing a function and not informing us about the difference in how the function operates. Because here, sure looks like I'm 40 kPa over my target, which has a turn on of 0 seconds. Now, perhaps because the 0 kPa one was at 5 seconds, as it goes up, that timer starts automatically at 5 and doesn't get affected by the other side. Wouldn't make sense to me, but maybe that's how what's going on, and then for that to exceed for 5 seconds, which it's not doing. But in the log, the map limit says 0. And I mean, I'm looking, maybe I'm missing it, but engine protection control, setup, temp limit 233. I wasn't above that. Speed limit 2500. I was above that. Is that a minimum or maximum? Is that when it starts? Minimum cut 0, maximum cut 100. Post start 5 seconds. That's fine. Recovery mode, yeah. All that stuff makes sense. Oh, that's engine temperature limit too. That's not even. That's temperature limit setup. So speed limit, we're on that. We're on map limit, setup, manifold pressure, which we're looking at. Hysteresis, cut. Like that's it. Here's the on delay. On delay! There's the pressure, and it sure seems like it should say that our map limit is that. That map limit should say 248. If I had right here, and it doesn't. It says 0. That sure feels like a fucking bug. Thanks for discussion on steel piston Discord. Can you see if there's a big VE dip in the same area of the map based on the medium load versus high load, like smooth acceleration? Seems like 9% error guessing EMAP might. Oh, what you're asking, not be fast enough. I'm asking EMAP might not be fast enough. Sensor dropping out, yes. Try slapping another sensor on, yep. If he touched wire and it dropped, bad pinning. Check function, just map and E map for fault tables. Check the functions tab. I don't know what you're saying. Functions output. Map limit, fuel cut only. Yeah, that's not gonna do it. Engine temperature, fuel cut, engine oil pressure, I don't have that enabled yet. Vehicle functions, nothing like that. I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean, it should be channels input and then have a fault table in here, but it's not an option for boost pressure. It is for manifold pressure because they want you to use estimated to be able to use estimated for that. But like nothing else has that. It's going to be just the EMAP and the boost probably for fault tables because they're going to have estimated EMAP and estimated map. No, not even that one doesn't even have a fault table. That's just fault value. So the only table is for the intake pressure, which is going to be, estimated basically, which is weird because they have an estimated table too in another section. So um, there's only map and EMAP tables. There's not even EMAP, only map. See, it's not even in for the EMAP one. They have estimated EMAP, like I said before, in the other spot, but in this one, no fault table. No fault table for EMAP. Just a single value like the other one, which isn't very appropriate. You can go config, calculated, and do EMAP estimate there, but that's not a fault table. That's just an estimated EMAP if you want to run an estimated EMAP, but that's not a fault table. And I don't even know if you could have it turn on with a fault. I think it just runs. So I don't think you can do a fault with that one. No, I don't see where you can do that. Well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all because it even says right here in channels input setup for EMAP fault value right there. So that wouldn't make sense. Which one would it be then? The table or this magical fault value? That doesn't track. So I think he's either mistaken or maybe that was an older firmware edition and this new one doesn't have that anymore. Maybe. But if that was true, this shouldn't be here. This fault value for in the input tab shouldn't be there. But regardless of that, that doesn't get us anywhere to figuring out why our map limit's not showing up. It definitely has a map limit. Table set up for a map limit. Everything is set up for that, and yet it's not doing it unless it's set to bank one. Is it set to bank one? I don't see it on bank one. No, just pressure. Let's do it again. We'll go to one. See, that's bank one. And then we'll go back to zero. Manifold pressure. Yeah, and I don't have that. Manifold pressure is on manifold pressure. It's not on bank one. So it doesn't say bank one. Bank one here is zeroed, so something is weird with that. But yeah, my concern is the boost pressure sensor in this case. I had to figure out why there's not something for that. That would make more sense to me. But also, so would having a map limit that works. It doesn't say zero here. Let's look at let's look at the runtimes here on the side and see what we get. Maybe there's an error in the log. No, zero. I'm gonna send this to Nick, have him run the simulator, see if he can figure out what's going on. Because obviously I'm missing something. I don't know what it is. But if I'm missing it, then you gotta wonder if how do I say this? I'm only half idiot. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm only half idiot. And if if I have my sensor set up correctly and I have the settings set up correctly that says here's your map limit and it's on the right input, it should fucking work. If there's some weird spot where there's another setting somewhere that overrides the map limit, it needs to not be in a weird spot, right? So if I'm missing it because it's in a weird spot, it's because whoever designed the software just put that in the bad fucking spot, right? Like that should be pretty obvious. This is where it's at. If we're gonna have an override map limit, there should be a line in here, map override limit based on, and something else. There should be something in here that we can select or tells us that not, not to use it or whatever. Um, but like, where is that? It doesn't make sense. So, um, that's what I'm trying to say. That I shouldn't have to go and find some other weird area to see if there's some magical map limit override somewhere, something like that. That's what I'm saying. So I don't like that. I don't like that's not working, obviously. So I'm going to save that, send that to Nick right now, actually. I'm also going to work on the boost control again, get it off the 20 minimum, since I got the answers I wanted out of that. Let's go back to a normal boost control. I'm going to want this, honestly, right on 10. So I do want some, so it's not climbing a bunch. Maxed, you know, boost target, sure. So I'm just going to set this whole thing to 30 right now until, actually, no, that's not true. I'm going to set this area because I know it does a 20. Set this to 25. And let's set this here to 10. And I'm going to interpolate this sucker like this. And then let's set this right now. This is just a basic peak table. And then as we achieve those higher targets, or don't, then I'll raise this as we find is needed to hit those other boost targets. Right now, we leave that low enough so that something that I screw up in this doesn't make it go totally wonky into 60 pounds of boost or whatever. 20 hertz is a lot, but so is 25. If the guy that digs around ECUs for a living can't find it easily, it's in a bad spot. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say without, sounding too big on myself, right? It should be pretty obvious. If you're trying to make a system that's intuitive and user friendly, it should be somewhere that's easy to access. So I'm gonna send this to light this up, send this to Nick right now. I'm gonna send this to ported EMtron so Nick doesn't get in trouble for just bypassing them. Map limit not functioning. Okay. Exceeding map limit by 60 kPa and not getting any cuts. Also, map limit in logs says 0 kPa despite the table being set at 248 kPa. Attached is log and file. All right, and then I gotta attach the log. Says 19th, yes it is. I'll do I'll do all three of these. Open. Sure. Map limit channel is correct. Map channel is exceeding the table limit. Yet any help would be appreciated. Okay, fire that off the Nick. All right, let's look at that fueling spot there. See where that's at. Logger, tune, rich dip. It definitely dips freaking rich. That's way rich. That goes down to 6.8 lambda. So that is definitely rich. And it's extra rich because it's adding 10% right here right before it, 11% before it. So really, I need to add to my closed loop control to let it react quicker to stuff. That would be handy. But also fixing this spot right here where it's lean by 13% would be beneficial as well. So let's go to my air mass tab, and we see that the air mass for both the throttle and the map are right on each other. So they're both wrong. They're both wrong and need to be increased. So, but hold on a second. Let's go back. Let's look at that again. They are right on each other. So I don't think anything has to do with filtering because they're both the same. And the map air mass doesn't have shit for filtering. And while the pressure is going up like that, we shouldn't have any acceleration fuel because our acceleration fuel right now is based on just throttle alone and not delta map. Now, could we benefit from a delta map? I mean, it looks like it, right? Like it looks like we could definitely benefit from that because it's happening so fast. And if we look right here, we get into some outflow action here, right in that zone. It seems like it's recognizing so here the manifold's higher than boost pressure, which is wrong, right? But here boost is higher than manifold, which we expect. And then you see the outflow is 0. So the outflow is 0 because they're so close together and they're inversed. In an ideal world, this would indicate more correctly, and we'd have an outflow value in here through this whole range. But since the throttle opens up, the pressure ratio is basically 1, and the sensor is just off a smidge in this zone, which could be tons of things. It could be where the sensors are, the airflow past the sensor. If the port where the sensor is has a lot of airflow past it, the mass flow over an edge could trip and create a low pressure region, or it could build up on the other side of the hole and create a high pressure region. Yeah, so it's tough to get a map sensor that's not affected by flow, but it's important, right? Because if flow over it affects your sensor reading, it's going to give you the wrong reading. And that's why you'll see in some engines the map sensor hole is tiny, because if the hole is really, really small, there's not a whole lot of area there for air to stack up and create high and low pressure regions. On some of them, it'll come into the backside of a flange, right? Like the airflow is going this way through a tube or past the flange this way, and the sensor is right here, right? Or it's in a big plenum, the airflow is through here and it's in the plenum, it's on top of the plenum somewhere where there isn't airflow over that area. TMAP sensors have a bit of a hard time because we want it to be the same diameter as the throttle body all the way through, but then we got to also make sure that flow over that sensor isn't messing up the reading. And it looks to me like in this situation, the flow of the sensor could be messing up a smidge. At higher flow, now it's dropping down. Now, it could just be the calibration. Calibration could have slightly less of a ramp than we need. If I take the calibration and I tweak it just a smidge on the top end, lower that voltage where it's at 400 kPa by 0.0 something volts, that might be enough to keep that reading higher than the throttle plate. Now, does it matter right now in wide open? No, because that's the whole reason for that outflow scaler in the TMAF setup. The reason we got that 17.8 in there right now is because of this whole thing. Well, that and also no DP across the throttle blade means that you can't tell how much air is flowing through that orifice. If there's no DP across an orifice, that could be what? That could be no flow, right? So it looks like if I have an orifice and there's no difference pressure across it, well, there's no flow across it. So, or the flow is within the, I would say, the friction of that tube. Those 2 points are too close together, maybe. They're too close together. And so at full flow, the friction in that tube creates almost no DP because the friction is so low. We spread them out. Now we could potentially get a difference of pressure across that thing. If it's one size tube all the way, spread them further and further apart. Now that internal friction in that pipe might be enough to get a delta P. But in this situation, this car, those sensors are this far apart. So we're not going to get a good reading on it when it's wide open. And that's going to be common on these. They're going to be, within this range far apart. Too close, and we lose resolution at wide open throttle, which, like I said, we don't actually need because we had that scaler. And you can see, it says right here, it's 0. According to this, there's no flow through that throttle body at this point. Well, obviously not, because through this calculated flow, there is. And that's because of that outflow scaler and all that other stuff that they have in the math. So, but if that wasn't an option, we would need to have some sort of pressure drop at wide open to know what it is. And so that reminds me, and maybe you, a little bit of a carburetor, like a Venturi in a carburetor. If there wasn't that Venturi in the carb, there'd be no differential pressure and there'd be no fuel flow. So just something to think about. That differential pressure is what gives us the signal in the carburetor to know how much fuel to put in it. And here, the difference of pressure is what tells us how much flow there is through a pipe of a certain size. And obviously, when we're 1 kPa apart or 2 kPa apart in this spot right here, that's really tough, especially in the wrong direction. In this case, it's the wrong direction. Which, like I said, could be scaling just the tiniest little bit, but it could also be the it could be that what do you guys say? EMtron 4-bar, not adjustable. It's their own thing, right? I can't adjust it. I can go custom. Excuse me. I can go custom and then tweak it a smidge just to make it a little bit higher on the top end of those higher flow rates. And even just a couple kPa, so it shows some difference in pressure, but there's not a point because we have that scaler. But that might be a workaround if I needed to do that. Okay. So I have no idea where the fuel is on this car. I wonder if he said he did something with the fuel pressure or fuel level. I don't know what that is. I don't recall. I'll probably text him and ask how he did the fuel level so we can figure out where we're at. Because I'll be damned if I'm going to drain this motherfucker. This coolant temp is cold too this entire time. I mean, I got a lot of fans on it, and it's 30 degrees outside, so I mean, there's that. I mean, it's running great. Don't get me wrong, it's running great. I'm nitpicking and nagging little things about it because I want it to be perfect. But I mean, overall, it's running really damn good. I'm going to close this one here real quick. I'm going to save it again in case I made some changes. I'm going to save it to ECU. And then I'm going to open up one of my other ones with the SI drive to remind myself how I did my other fuel mapping stuff. Um, I know I did some fuckery on it, and I'm trying to remember what I did to get it all to work. I know that I had in the cal slot, well, I do a couple things. So let's say I want to go TPS fueling, right? TPS fueling is VE based on throttle position. Well, that doesn't work with boost because what am I trying to say? I can't do just VE based on throttle position because I could have a positive delta, like we saw, where boost is higher than exhaust pressure, or I could have a negative delta. I could have both. And the same throttle position, we'll say at 5,000 RPM with two different boost settings, I could have two different VEs because one of them could be 35 pounds of boost where I have way more back pressure than boost pressure, or 14 pounds of boost where I have more boost pressure than back pressure. So I can't do that unless I use manifold pressure to compensate for that. Now, is there a benefit to that? Instead of just going to speed density, which is manifold pressure, if I go to TPS and manifold pressure? Maybe not really. The one thing it does for us, though, is it lets our acceleration fueling work a little better. More anticipatory than reactive in that regard. Instead of waiting for manifold pressure to indicate what the level is, because it's always behind actual, especially if there's a filter involved, because there's pulses in the manifold, so we're going to have a filter involved. When I crack open the throttle, manifold pressure goes up, that sensor goes, okay, we'll get there, right? So there's that period of time where we're not getting adequate fuel in the motor. So we inject based on throttle movement, squirt, squirt, or based on map delta. Well, the problem is that map delta, like we already said, is already delayed. So having throttle or acceleration enrichment based on map delta alone is inadequate because that sensor has delay. And if we remove the filter to remove the delay, the individual pulses are going to be enough to trip the map-based acceleration fuel while the car's just idling. And that's not going to work. So we got to put a filter on it to control the speed at which those waves come in, which means it's going to be behind the engine no matter what. So we go to the one thing that kind of dictates what's going to give us that increase in pressure and the increase in V, and that's going to be the throttle. So if I have my VE table set best on throttle, then as soon as I move the throttle, it shows a higher VE, right? And it's moving with it. Now, granted, throttle also has a filter, but it's not as much of a filter as the map sensor would be. So the throttle is still going to be a tiny bit behind, but not like the map. And then what that means is that when I move my throttle, it goes to a higher VE instantly, and so then we get fuel quicker and more instantly than we would with just a speed density. So is there a benefit to it? Well, there's that benefit. And because the acceleration enrichment in this ECU is based on the throttle position anyways using the TMAF, if I just change to the speed density off of TMAF, I will lose some of the enrichment that I get, all the enrichment that I get with the throttle position change that we use in TMAF. So this blending table here, you got to be careful with it because this blending table means I'm not using TMAF here. I'm going straight to speed density, which in this case is the two pressures only. And so that means at 0, I could very well induce hesitations during throttle movements. If it's a 0, which means it's all speed density, my acceleration fuel is based on me using both the TMAF and the speed density, which means my acceleration fuel settings and fuel here, acceleration fuel, are way lower, transient fuel, are way lower than they would be if I was only speed density. And they're higher than they would if I was only TMAF right now. So this acceleration fuel is like in the middle. And so if I go to all speed density, I'm going to have some hesitations. I'm going to have lean spikes in throttle movements. If I go all TMAF, I'm going to have some rich movements, right? So if I just defaulted to all speed density, it's not going to drive as good. But if I default it to a TPS based with manifold comp, well, then I've got the TPS giving me the higher VE as soon as I move my foot. That covers some of that accel enrichment. And then I use the map comp to compensate for the fact that I'm at higher boost now. So I'm going to have, right, more fuel. I'm sorry, more VE or, I'm going to have more VE than I'll say it's higher boost, but, initially higher boost and then low boost again. So a map comp is really helpful in that. But there's another caveat here. That map comp can't just be 2D. Because then different RPMs, different back pressure. So then we go, well, what if I do it as pressure ratio comp? Well, now I'm defeating the point of having this backup fuel model. Now I'm needing manifold pressure, and I need exhaust pressure, and I need throttle control. All for what? Because I only lost my boost pressure sensor? Well, now I'm losing the reason for having this fail safe in the first place. So then I want to get rid of the EMAP sensor too, so that fails. I'm limiting how many sensors influence my fuel model in the end. So I have the manifold and throttle, temperature, okay, that works. So that's better than having manifold, throttle, exhaust, boost, right? All that stuff. So pull these off to get my fuel model close as I can in the backup mode. And so now how do I do that though, right? Because I said before, I can be 14 pounds of boost in one area, and that's really beneficial. But in another area, it's not beneficial. So what you can do is try and do the map comp, which is a fuel compensation based on boost and pressure. Or, sorry, based on boost and RPM, which now looks like our speed density table again. Which is okay, because then what that gets us is we're again blending throttle with speed density. Just we're blending throttle with speed density without the boost sensor or the EMAP sensor. Because our speed density table right now is pressure and EMAP. So if I default to a speed density that's just pressure and RPM on top of throttle, well, then I've reduced all those other sensors that I need, and I've gone back to a different fuel model. Again, it's just for backup for somebody, because since we have all these sensors running the engine right now, the failure of one sensor would really be a shit deal to not be able to run the car anymore. So in the SI drive cars, I have it set up with the throttle and the map comp, and the driver, if he's on the track and he's bombing and gets a skip or a bump, and maybe it's a sensor, he's been having an issue with something, or we don't know what it is, he can be like, oh, something's fucked up. I have it set so when in I mode, you just punch down on the button, it defaults fuel models to the other fuel model. So he'd be like, oh, something's going on. Just punch it down to I mode. If it clears up, okay, well, I know it's my boost or my EMAP sensor took a shit on me, or got water in it, or something else like that, and the car takes off again, runs good, then he can run the rest of the thing. If he bumps in that mode and it still runs like shit, well, then it's something else. But at least that gives the driver the opportunity on the track to finish his lap. If he's doing time attack and all of a sudden something starts to skip and you can hit it really quick, you might not lose that much time. you know, um, and at least he can not scrub that lap. Whether he loses a little bit of time or not, at least the lap is completely scrubbed. So that's how I usually do it. So in this car, he doesn't have the SI drive. You can't just punch down on it, which I think is super handy with the SI drive. Whop, swap, smash, bop, and go again, right? Just instantly just pound on that thing, fail safe. I want to put like a big red button that says, punch in case of or something. Shit happens, punch here. I don't know, something like that. But then you can just pop that down, get into I mode, and you're on TPS with map based, and it keeps ripping. So, yeah. All right, I yep too damn much. I'm waiting for that text message to come back. See if he told me what to do with this thing. Nothing. All right. Well, let's open up the Haltech and see if there's anything in the Haltech screen software that tells me what he's got going on for fuel. Oh, there's an update for NSP. Probably to fix the issue that these fucking screens have where if you change the bus that they're on, you have to redo the firmware. They lock up. It's so annoying. You change one thing in there sometimes with a CAN bus and it puts the thing into boot mode, and then you're like, shit. All right, I'm in the Haltech NSP software now. You can't see it. But the way it's set up right now is actually really cool because the CAN converter that Minton Motorsports or Minton Performance, what is it? Minton, whatever. He made for me. It tells the Haltech screen it's on a Haltech bus. So it's right now the way it is, it's taking all the EMtron data and converting it into the Haltech format. So this screen thinks it's talking to a 2700 or an S3 or R3 or whatever it is. Um, so that's really cool. So I pulled the Haltech stuff now. I see all the shit that's being fed to it from the EMtron, which is not how it usually is. Usually you'd run them in like a mode for Motec or OBD, and it works, but you don't get as much data. You don't get all the good shit that you get when you convert all the EMtron data into all Haltech data, like it is right now. So that part's really cool. Um, Odometer trip, headlights, indicators, alarm, shift lights. I don't know if he did his fuel level or not. Fuel level sensor 1. Here we go. He's got something going on there. Wiring. Uh, 24 ohms. Okay. I have no idea if that's right or not. No idea how he's got that going. Well, it says the fuel level is still at 99%, so I don't think that's that bright. No, that's not going to work. And that's honestly what we've seen a lot. You typically can't run the Haltech directly to the fuel level sensor on a Subaru. Um, Haltech has a fuel level converter that's made for these. I don't know if he has that in here or not. I text him and ask him. So if he has Haltech, the Haltech fuel level converter in this, then that's good news. But right now, I'm not seeing shit. Um, and I've got almost 5 volts. And on this car, I'm pretty sure it's other way around. 5 volts is empty, and zero point 0.7 I think is full on these. It's like 0.7 volts is full, or 0.17. Shit, I forget. 7.1, something like that is full, and then like 5 or close to 5 is empty for fuel. Um, that's how I remember it being, but um, yeah, I think that's what it is on these things. I forget. I can open up the service manual, and that gives us an idea of what it is. But I know that on the cars that we've done it on, it hasn't been as accurate as I would have liked it to be. Um, it's close-ish, for sure, close-ish, but it's not great. So let me see, service manuals, 05. That one's not where you think it would be. I think that one's in troubleshooting, engine diagnostic, and then you go to ECU pinout. Yeah, here we go. And then we go fuel level. Yeah, it says 0.12 to 475 is what it says on here. So I don't remember it being that close. I remember it being higher than 0.12. Maybe it was 0.17 is what it has been on the other ones we've done. But as it is right now, it's at 4.93 volts. So either this thing's out of fuel and we're on the surge tank, or it's not wired quite right for what needs to be done here. It's got a pull-up on it. It's got 240 ohm pull-up. That's a good size pull-up for that. That's really handy. That's about right. But it's not, I mean, 4.93, that's no resistance. I'm not seeing it. All right. So I don't know the answer to that. Could be almost out of fuel. If it is, it's at 2% right now. Oh, let's check fuel temp. That'll give us an idea. Our fuel temp will tell us a little bit about it because the high turnover, um, the high turnover tells us ethanol temp 43.5 Celsius. Okay, so the fuel has warmed up. The fuel has warmed. What is that? 43.5 Celsius. What is that? 120? 100, that's pretty warm. Let's do that real quick because it's 9/5, so it's almost times two plus 32, but it's not quite times two. It's a little less than that. So we'll go 43.5 times 9 divided by 5 equals this plus 32, 110. So our fuel's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, which means that it is getting lower, but it's not out because it'd get really hot if it was out. It'd be closer to 120, 130 degrees. All right. I wish the owner would text me back. All right, looks like we're draining. He filled it up about 40 miles up the road. Um, So I gotta drain this shit out and then throw ethanol in it. Damn, it's cold outside. All right. Anyways, I yapped and yapped and yapped and yapped about that fail safe and all that kind of stuff. There's one function on the billion way keypad, I suppose. The 2% tank volume, I'd imagine. I'd feel the 2% tank volume. I don't know if I'd feel it. I mean, it's under the seat back there. I don't know if I could feel it. Can't stick my hand in there. And the car's not moving. We're on a dyno, so I'm not going to notice a weight difference on the dyno. But, so, all right, I'm hoping EMtron gets back to me on that map limit thing. They tell me I'm an idiot and that just because it's turned on doesn't mean it's on. How dare I be so ridiculous to think that that's how things work. Um, or something like that. Or, oh, you know what? Actually, it's a known issue. Sorry about that. Something like that. All right. The owner texted me about the fuel thing. So I said, sorry. I said, sorry, dude. I'm just going to freeze outside draining your tank. And I said, just kidding. I have text for that. I'm still trying to figure out that dip. I think it's just a super rich it gets right there. It gets pretty damn rich right there. It's yeah, 6.9 lambda with only 6.9 degrees of timing. I'd say that's probably the reason right there for that big dip in torque. So let's look at this spot right here. It's not that low though. Like 90 something VE is still pretty damn good in that zone. I wouldn't think it'd be over 100. I wouldn't think it'd be over 100 right there. That part seems weird. I think that's maybe just maybe my fuel injectors are firing just a little too early. And with a positive delta, I could be throwing too much fuel into the tailpipe. Got it retarded there. Got it retarded there. Not as much as the factory retards it there, but it is retarded there. We can go further. Let's go. Let's go quite a bit further. Whoopsie, that is way too much further. There we go. Let's see if we can get it a little bit more. If we delay that fuel just a smidge longer. Um, really, like we have the ability now to take this table and do the same thing as we did with the other one. Do it based on the ratio. And so we can shoot early when we have more exhaust retention and we need to cool it down longer. We'll get better atomization and all of that, but also it's it's not going to blow up the tailpipe. Here, we shoot it later, so we don't have it all there and get pushed out the tailpipe. You'll see on the factory STI they did that too. In the high pressure ratio before the back pressure comes in, they retarded the injection quite a bit to minimize how much of it gets blown out the exhaust. And so like right here, we would bring that down. Since I rescaled this now, it's going to be different now. So I use a different axis. So like this, something like that. And then it'll it'll be much later. I went too far. Not too far. Interpolated, I took too much back out of it. There we go. Get them like that. So now we're pulling 100 something degrees out of it. And so it's going to inject much closer. Well, it's hopefully starting the injection much closer to when the intake valve opens instead of finishing it before the intake valve opens, which blows out the exhaust. You try that. That might help. So what are we doing right here again? We see right here it's adding fuel. It's adding fuel, and then it keeps adding fuel until now it's too rich, and it's got to start pulling fuel out. So I've got two things going on there. One, my closed loop control is a little slow. It's a little slow, so we want to give it more. Where'd it go? We want to give it a little more PID. Oh, as it gets further off, especially high airflows, we can get away with some action up there. Don't want to go too crazy, because we go too crazy, then we can induce oscillations at power. And last thing we want to do is induce oscillations at power. That would not be beneficial at all. And so that looks like it's actually getting smaller up top in this case. We're going to bump that up a little bit. That will make it operate much quicker as the airflow increases. And that's still fine there. Don't care about that too much right now. Transport delay. I need to work on this one just a little bit. This table is not quite right. I don't think, because I haven't worked on it. So we do need to work on this one a little bit. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to take a log with it running. I'm going to take the fuel. I'm going to add 20 to it really quick. And then I'm going to wait for everything to stabilize and then go back. And then what's going to happen is I'm going to look at the log and see where my fuel went up and then where it responded at the O2 sensor. And then I can look at the timestamp and see what that time delay is. and then put that time delay in here is this, because that's my transport delay. That's I added fuel and then the sensor sees it, right? And that's important because if that's off, what'll happen is the ECU will start adjusting to this value and go, oh, we're still not there. Need to add more fuel. Oh, still not there. Got to add more fuel. Still not there. Got to add more fuel. And then we'll get to where the result from the first edition happens, and we'll go boosh, way overshoot. And then we can get oscillations even because we're never compensating correctly for the time. I don't think that's happening here because the see it's pretty good. This oscillation I think is just because it is late. It is too much and it's too slow to pull it back out again. I think that's what that oscillation is. Um, yeah, it's just slow to do its job. So add a little more proportional, add a little more derivative. No, integral, and then that should get in. And then this spot too, like you see here, it's adding, and we're still leaner than target, right? So I got to give it more authority. Save that, overwrite that. Y Haltech on top and EMtron on the BTM. Y Haltech on top and EMtron on the BTM. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying there. I'm trying to understand what Y Haltech on the top and EMtron on the bottom. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're seeing it on the graph here on the stream because it's behind it. Yeah. The Haltech screen. I didn't realize you guys could see that. I didn't realize that was even visible. How about this right there? So he's got the Haltech dash. So this is for the dash. So it's an EMtron ECU with a Haltech dash, and so we have all of the EMtron data being converted into Haltech data with a converter, um, uh, and then displayed here. And the reason for that is a few things. One, the EMtron's better than the Haltech, but the EMtron screen is crazy expensive. Um, Granted, that screen's got a ton of functionality, way more than this Haltech would ever dream of having. The EMtron screen is also a logic expander for the ECU. You can tell it to, you can program almost an infinite number of PID loops into the screen and then let it control things, and then the ECU will just send the control signal out. So you could technically program the screen to control a transmission if you have the outputs available on the KV. You could use the PID loops and controls that thing, technically control a transmission. It would be a chore, but let's say I had a DC-CD, I could use that to control the clutch pressures on it. It's not the approved use by EMtron because now they have a transmission controller. So they're like, no, you should use the transmission controller. And granted, that's made for transmission control, the transmission controller, right? It's going to do a way better job. But you could use the logic in the screen to feed the EMtron information, and they talk to each other, share data, and then use outputs on the EMtron to activate shift solenoids and um, pulse the clutch pressure solenoids and things like that. You could feed it data. In fact, the screen's got inputs too, so I could get pressure data from the transmission directly to the screen because the screen's got a bunch of inputs on it. Use those as analog inputs, create PID information, and then tell the EMtron ECU to trigger these solenoids whenever the screen wants it to. You could obviously never do that on a Haltech. Like, doesn't fucking have that. That's not a thing. But not everybody needs that. Not everybody wants that. People find that they can find an IC7 for 600 to 800 bucks. That's very attractive. That's way better than a 28 to $5,000 screen that the EMtron has. So with this converter, we can convert all of the EMtron data to Haltech friendly data and have everything that the EMtron outputs on the Haltech as long as Haltech supports that parameter, right? So we can overwhelm the Haltech with data, basically, is what I'm saying. And so you see here on this screen, I can log my EMtron if I wanted to on the Haltech because I got all my temps. I even got my O2 feedback right there on the right. Oil pressure, fuel pressure, all that stuff feeds from the EMtron to the Haltech. So I could log on either one of these if I wanted to. I don't want to. I want to log on the EMtron and everything. But this is here just because I was checking to see where his fuel pressure was, and I was showing. I forgot that on my stream I had the Haltech stuff here in the back. So, anyways, AC Master screen way better, easier than Haltech screen for same or less money. Um, yeah, maybe they're pretty similar. They're pretty similar overall. Um, I like that the ECU Master CAN bus is more open and available for adjusting stuff. I like that. I like that I can do the CAN protocol for whatever I want on the ECU Master. I do like that. I hate the interface, um, and things like that. So yeah, there are some benefits to it, for sure, for each one of them. So I got two i7 dashes. They're good for the budget. They are budget for sure. ECU Master is a crap ECU, but their accessories. Dude, that is absolutely true. Mountain Dog Rally, that is 100% true. Yeah, all their other stuff is way better than their ECU. Their ECU, I mean, let's back that up. The hardware in the ECU seems really good. The hardware in the ECU seems robust from what I've noticed. The programming of that and the software is not very good. The fuel model leaves a lot to be desired, and all that. The hardware is good. If they had better software engineers and engine engineers, guys that understood fuel models better, if they had a better crew there, their stuff would be really fucking good because their hardware is solid. Their hardware is robust. They've made some mistakes. Holy shit, have they made some mistakes? Um, but their newer stuff is decent. I don't use them over anybody else on purpose. I mean, I use ECU Master over Megasquirt any day of the week. I'd use ECU Master. Honestly, um, yeah, that's about it. But there are other stuff. Their H bridges, their GDI driver, their screen, their PMUs. Those are all really good. Those are all really good. And luckily for them and for me, the CAN bus is open on those, and I can make whatever changes I want, almost whatever changes I want, and make the stuff work. So that part is really good. You're totally right. So okay, I gotta get out of here, out of the screen, so I can drain this fuel, and we can put ethanol in it and have more fun. Oh, old man hips. I want to kill these fans because they're loud and cold. You're gonna hear lots of ruffles and muffles as my coat rubs against my microphones. Okay, that was empty enough. Excuse me. How am I gonna do this? Low to, what's that say? Something pressure out only. Okay, that's the filter. Okay, so that's the filter that comes in. And then those are the two rails that go into the regulator, and that's the return. Okay, I see now. That's the return. So I need to attach to that one and get that hose into this canister, and I could drain 5 gallons out of the tank. Okay. Lane, I need to drain a fuel tank. I need to drain fuel. 6. Yeah. Oh. And it's easy to get to. We just need a wrench and a line. What? Standard hose end. Standard hose end. So just a hose. Yeah, standard hose end. Let me turn the fans on again. It sucks some air out of the shop. It's full of smoke in there. Yep, yeah, that's happening. Dude, these wheels are a fucking gauntlet. I gotta run through every time I go out here. Where are they? Just roll them in front of me. Fuck me, I guess. All right. You used to have one of the dyno sub. I don't see it anymore.
I had to rob a fitting off of it or something. There's so many just junk AN hoses, but this one doesn't have an end on it.
That one does.
This one does, but it's an entire food system for a car.
Oh, that's ass. That's ugly.
Literally how 80% of the vehicles that make it look fucking
I know.
so fucking.
A lot of DIY guys they're learning. It's not quite long enough, but I mean that'll help somewhat. What's that one?
Oh, hey, my phone. Hot dog.
That's- And you got a wrench? Alrighty.
Need a swing sliding CR.
That's cool. I like it. 2 liters like to do that. My 2 liter did it. What's it at? What do you get to?
Nothing.
Say what?
It's not showing up to me.
You drove it to 5 grand once? Oh, well that helps. Oh, okay. So that always helps. A little 5 grander. Get the water pump going.
It's called the alarm person. That's what you give it.
Okay. My 2 liter melted itself down. Huh? Yeah, twice. Once when you had it, once when I had it. Easy to get to. This loop at the end of this is gonna suck, but
How is the pressure regulator doing?
um, not stellar because it's not a stellar regulator in the first place. Yeah, it doesn't do great, but it's got a 180 at the other end, so we might need to figure something out about that. Will that work? That should work. Yeah, do that. I like that. It's no, it's a standard radium one. It's functional. It's acceptable if you have fuel pressure compensation. It's not if you don't, you know.
Meet my other cousin.
Oh, how Asian is he? All right, so I'm gonna kick on these fuel pumps. Thing is on. Um, for what? No, what kind of regulator? What kind of regulator is it? Fuel pressure?
Yep, so it's a feed in and out filter and regulator all in one. But it has a larger diaphragm like a 4, rather than these little tiny shitty ones like the Aeromotive and the AEMs and the a bunch of those ones.
Is anything coming out?
Rick?
Okay, I just don't know if I triggered the right pump on. That's why I was asking. Sounds like it's flowing from the back. Nope, it's the wrong pump. I successfully drained the surge tank. I think
What?
it will technically it could, but not well.
Gonna fill it and then turn it on.
There's nothing flowing right now, right? Okay. So I'm at 100% right now on the in tank one.
But yeah, you should take a look at that regulator. We're have to put it on something to see if it works, but it's pretty neat.
I wish I could test more than one output at a time.
A vertical filter instead of like the long inline ones that are obnoxious to mount. It's basically like a full regulator sitting on top of the filter.
Anything?
Pulse for like 2 seconds.
That was it. How much fuel's in that tank right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, how much got in there? I got nothing.
Burn up that pump.
I don't think so. How much in the key off? I don't know, maybe I was just that close to empty. I don't know.
Oh, I don't hear it running.
I hear them going. Anything coming out? Oh, maybe it was fucking it. Maybe that was it. Because the in tank pump is this guy right here. Oh, it's on invert. Turn that off. Hit output. On. Yeah, I don't have the primary one running. I don't hear the in tank pump running.
I don't hear either of them. Is that relay clattering back there again?
It has been doing that. I don't know what's wrong with that thing.
It sounds like a goddamn LED tail light. You know, the fan.
That relay chattering? Yeah. Anything? Because fuel pump speed, that should be the small one, right? We have the small in tank pump on fuel pump speed, right?
Stop running.
Yeah, that's the in tank one. It sounds dry though. It might have been out. I might have been out of fuel. The fuel, the voltage of the sensors was almost 5 volts. So if if he has it plugged in, he said he doesn't remember if he hooked it up or not. So that was the fuel pump speed one. And then just one more quick. Uh, Yeah, sounds like it's just angry. Yeah, I got no fuel pressure anymore. Must have been out. Must have been at the end. Yeah. 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 Now, is this red one ethanol right here? Or is this pump? Sure. Okay.
Takes down from the plug and go up to the other.
Gotcha.
So
All right. I mean, we ran it a lot, so I guess I could see it using all the fuel up.
it's not the one for
And it was rich for a while, right? Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
That's definitely ethanol. Makes me want to drink it.
Water pressure when it smells coming out of
And the tailpipe. Yeah.
it.
Here, hey, come here. Pretend you're a porn star. Guide my stick in this hole. Go ahead. Good.
To be fair,
Might need to spit on it some.
the issue is
Get in there. Oh, is
if
that deep enough?
if
You
you had
know
a
it.
bigger hog, I never would have begun. I never would have went into mechanics. I would just went straight into porn. I just couldn't make it. I'm not even joking. That's not even. That's literally not a joke.
I mean, I tried to do that, but I wasn't their type.
Just
They wanted me to do gay porn first, and I was 23 years old and not into that.
you know, you do it now though.
Now I would probably, yeah.
Like I don't know how good's the
Well, I
money.
mean,
Like for $500, probably not. But for 15, probably maybe, definitely
$15? Yeah.
1500.
Oh, I was gonna say $15 is $15.
Like wait, you get paid the first couple times? Nope, that's what I would have. I went straight in there. But it's like that's the same reason why I didn't, start, racing Daytona and stuff. Is because my parents aren't filthy rich.
Same reason I go to college is because I did shitty in high school. That's right. That's why. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Don't put two in there, just one.
Um, I want to see if it works. Before I stick two in there, in case we gotta pull something apart. All right, let's see if it is that line hooked up right now? Okay. Oh, oh yeah. There's fuel there now. It's mad because it's pulling so much air bubbles, but that regulator chatters so bad. Dude, those things are so terrible. I hate those radium regulators. They're so convenient though, but God, they're ass.
Seahawks memes are pretty funny.
Oh, he's gonna stay and fight him.
What?
He's gonna stay and fight him.
Yeah. Wayne was laughing at him, so I was showing him earlier. But the Seahawks have made a lot of funny ones.
All right, ethanol content's
Posted
climbing.
this one the other day.
Want to see me run to that mountain and back? You want to see me do it again?
What's the first thing you
Want
say?
to see me run to that mountain and back?
Just want to see me run to that mountain and
Want
back.
to see me do it again?
Oh,
See me do it again.
worse and worse.
And then let's see.
That fired right up. I will take that. All right, let's throw another 5 gallons in it. Ugh.
Obviously, the play happens. It's what happens after the play. This is hold on. It's which is just the play. But what happens after? What the fuck? Yeah. That's how the game started. Then his buddy Top talking over here. It was like, are you recording?
What do you say? We might what? Might not what? We might not be long here. It said we might not be long here.
Yeah.
Oh, we might not be long here.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But he's just looking around. He's like, what the fuck?
We might not belong here. That's funny. Oh,
Back when you came in, where it would be nice. Welcome.
Jesus fuck. Just watch your team get wrecked. Yeah, that is rough. Who? Oh yeah. Yeah, that dude's got problems. Metcalf has bricks for hands. Metcalf has bricks for hands. He is, and a shit attitude, yeah. Bricks for brains and bricks for hands.
I was like, it's an off chance we don't win. I couldn't bring us something like that thing. Bring us off after trouble.
Oh. Right. Ugh. Oh. Alrighty. Uh-oh. We lost boost purge sensor again. What is going on with that sensor? I keep losing connection to that boost sensor. I keep losing connection to that sensor. The T-map, the boost one. Yeah, even after I changed, like I jiggled the wires before, that fucked it up, right? So I placed the sensor or the plug. I've had no issues with it, but then today it dropped out on me twice, and it's out right now. So I don't know if I get someone to wiggle the wires for me while I watch the sensor, that'd be appreciated. So if someone could come and help me wiggle the wire from the sensor back and see if we can figure out what's going on. All right, thank you. So just start at the sensor, just bend the wire slowly and work your way up.
At the T map?
At the map's in the throttle body, yeah.
In the throttle body?
Yeah, on the bottom, yep. And then I'll watch the voltage and see what it does.
All right.
You know which one it is, right? Bottom left. Yeah, down there. How far did you get?
Down to like pretty much to the plug.
Okay, then do the other side. All the way down.
Dude, the other side of the plug?
Yeah, just keep going.
All right.
Nothing.
I went all the way back down to the bird.
Yeah. Wiggle the harness like the factory harness and shit.
And the factory part?
Yeah, wiggle the factory side. Well, this is fucking annoying.
How's it?
Nothing. All right, let's see. Let's unplug this bitch. Hell there. Where's it go? Right here. Okay. Then that goes into here. Oh, motherfucker. It's always something.
Still can't get it to work?
No, it's dead. 0 volts.
Are the sensors just killing themselves somehow?
Uh, it would be the first one. It's the first sensor in there, so
It's just
I think it was used. I have to ask Lane. I think it was a used one.
could just be a bad sensor.
It's possible. Um, grab a wrench or a screwdriver.
Yeah.
And just tap on the sensor body. Just lightly tap on it. I don't see anything jiggles in the voltage. It jumped for a second. It jumped once for a second. It went blink, blink. That was it. That'd piss it off. Wait, even the pull-up I have 0 volts? What? Well, on the bright side, I put a failsafe in to switch fuel models when that voltage goes to 0. So it's on a different fuel model now.
Okay.
But it's
Get
not,
ya-
it's not what I want to do.
Yeah, we got to get it working somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do want to see if it makes any power. So
All right.
on one fuel model, we're
We'll
going to
see
do it.
if we have any more of those sensors.
Thank you.
I doubt it.
I doubt it too. Yeah. Was that my foot or is that the throttle body freaking out? Let's do that again. Let's log that. There was a little buck when I took off there. I didn't buck that time, so. I see some comments come on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna review some stuff here real quick and I'll look at the comments. Little Rich right here. %75 ethanol right now. I like that. All right, we got the second table timing pretty much here at this point. So let's review that really quick. On the last log, we're at 1.7 on the last log. So 1.7 to 1.8. So right in that range where we're at on the old timing, which is 13 degrees right there. We switch over to ethanol and I don't do any changes to the timing. That adds 7 degrees. That might be a little high. That's a little high. So we're going to change that. Now I know HP Academy tells you to add 10 degrees. Those guys are telling you to blow your fucking engine up. Do not add 10 degrees. I have no idea why those guys think that they can say that to people, but that is ridiculous. Do not add 10 degrees for ethanol. Holy shit. That is the quickest way to just do what the turbo is trying to do the most, and that's make the top half of your engine and the bottom half of your engine further away. Don't do that. God damn. When I saw that on their fucking video, I was like, what? These guys are tuners. How could they ever say that? Do not add 10 degrees to your pump gas tune. Maybe that's what it is on Australian fuel. That is not what it is on US fuel. It's on US fuel, it is literally like 3.5 degrees, maybe 5 tops if you would way conservative on the pump, but it is not 10. Holy shit. Yeah, do not do that. Oh, I'm gonna adjust that. Right? That's all fine. Hasn't changed much. I do want to change this though. I want to bring this to 50. I should have done on pump gas too, brought up a little bit. Start the pole closer to here. It's a little low for the way this dyno loads to start it here. And I'm going to take this down a little bit too. So make it a little more realistic, like you see. And then, okay, so ethanol and timing. Like I said, it wasn't making much more on pump gas. So, uh, this is still probably too much. I'll pull some more out of it. Oops, I don't want that. I want to do it over all that now. All right, boost control is angry. Boost control is angry. I gotta work on that. Gotta work on that. That's interesting. It isn't waving that much. I wonder if that's actually the fuel control. If I added too much to the fuel control, because the boost solid. Oh, there it goes. It does go pretty crazy right there, based on proportional, but it's only a few percent. Like that isn't. It looks like derivative got mad. So derivative might be too high. Okay, let's try that. Let's knock that down. That would make sense. Boost control. Remember, I stuck that at something kind of big before. I just said, we'll see what happens. It was too much. So we're going to go 0.35, like that. All right. Still a little wiggle I got to work on. Oh, it died. Okay. Got a little better. Derivative didn't go that big. It's only a percent or so either way. So that's not the derivative. Integral still is confusing me. It's just maxed. Proportional is oscillating, but we're way less than our target. So that tells me that um, what does that tell me? We're far from our target, and yet we're still getting oscillation. That's interesting. Fuel is lean as balls through here. not the actual air ratio of the engine, but the correction is high. So it's to keep the air fuel ratio good. Fuel pressure offset is off a smidge there. That's interesting. All right, so it's adding a bunch of fuel. Oh, that sensor came back for a split second. Um, it's adding fuel just to keep it in here. All right, we gotta figure out what's going on here. Let's go to configure. Configure fuel main. Ugh, I have to get used to this. The stoic changed. Hmm. Okay. All right. I think we figured something out. I can't go to the table 2, and the VE blend table says blend. Here's the air man. Okay, so all right, something's goofed up. Fuel main, sequential, fuel model, fuel pressure on. That's correct. That's all correct. Air mass model, speed density plus throttle mass flow. Yep, that's correct. Speed density 1, 2, blend. But now I can't change it? What happened? Okay, that's a problem. What is going on here? Lambda target. Dude, they must have changed some shit because something's going on here. This is whack. Uh, so I'm supposed to go to here. So let's hit this. It says speed density plus throttle mass flow blend. Yes. Yep. Which does what it says here. Mode 4. A blend generates half or final air mass using speed density and throttle mass flow. All speed density, all TMF. Yep, that's fine. And then we go to speed density, and we see how many V tables we get. We get 2 tables blended. VE blend. And when you do that, a VE table from VE1 to VE2 based on that blend table. And I had access to that VE table earlier. Why did it suddenly go away? Okay, we're going to go table 1. I'm going to hit store to ECU. Something's going on. They've got some sort of software issue for sure. This is getting ridiculous today. This has never been a problem in the past, though. Never been a problem in the past. Okay, 7, blend. Okay, let's go back to tuning. Fuel. There it is. Boy, that's fucked. There's number 2. Okay. That's whack. That's not supposed to do that at all. Wow, look how straight that line is, though. It sure likes ethanol. Look at that line. Jeez Louise. That is a straight line. And honestly, that tells me what we thought. It was too rich right here on pump. It was too rich right there, because that is a fucking table. That is crazy. Is that the one? Yeah, look how flat that is. Goes right through that spot. So that rich dip or that dip before was because it was too rich right there. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it being too rich. I can adjust that out. So I'm happy with that. So now the rest of the stuff. Why is the rest of this going like that? Well, I might have too much correction there, but I'm not getting that wild a swing. That's not terrible. And my boost is boop, 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 boop. And my duty cycle wiggles. But man, that is such a small percentage. Between 19 and 21. I don't know how he's got this wastegate set up, but it ain't good. That's not supposed to happen. That is way too sensitive. Not just that, but no boost control system should create that much oscillation with a change of 2%. None. Not just that, but no boost control system should get 25 pounds of boost at 20% duty cycle on the wastegate. None. That is an improperly plumbed wastegate or way too much spring pressure. I haven't even seen his wastegate. My guess is he's got the split one with the vacuum going to the top of the gate and the bottom of the gate. Don't fucking do that. It doesn't work. That would not surprise me for a second if that's what it was. So I'm gonna take a look at it, but yeah, that's ass. Hello.
You just talking to yourself in there?
No,
Oh.
no, I'm streaming.
You're screaming.
Streaming.
Oh, streaming.
Yes. Say hi to the internet.
Hi.
Hey, they are Kiwis, not Aussies. Did I say Aussies? I don't remember. I paid 1,500 coin ranch to name me plastic. Hey, how much tune is tune? How much is troubleshooting? Yeah, I know, right? Do you use pump ethanol or do you ship it barrels? Pump ethanol. Kiwis and Aussies. Did I say Kiwis? Aussies? I don't remember that. I already mentioned that they were Australian. Yeah, and that's actually on proms right now, so I gotta work some shit out. But you can see how flat that fucking torque curve is.
Yeah, not bad. Goes up, right up with it, and stays flat.
Yeah, yeah, I gotta that dip I gotta work out, and a few other things I gotta work out, but it's almost there. Oh, because I said Australian fuel. I was talking about the gasoline. Right, right. Is HP Academy Kiwis or Aussies? I don't know. Let me see. Where's HP Academy at? HP Academy. Yeah, it's not warm.
Cold when you had those fans there.
Oh yeah, New Zealand. I didn't know that. Sure enough. HP Academy is in New Zealand. I'm sure they use the exact same fucking fuel though.
Cool.
Yeah, that sucks. Lame.
Do it.
Thank you. You're good, dude. How are you? How are things?
Huh?
How are things?
Good.
Make
Good.
it. What's the status?
Ready to rock. So
Really?
everything's cleaned up. Everything's good.
So,
I got it. I got it in the trailer. It was a bitch, but I got it in there.
is that where it's at now? Is in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that at my house?
Yeah.
Okay. Truck too?
Yep.
Okay.
Everything's there.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to like start unloading things unless you
Sure.
had a little spot.
Yeah.
Plus, I was thinking, get the trailer in there and then put most of it underneath the trailer.
Right.
Like my tires, I can put underneath the trailer, my kayak underneath the trailer.
Should we cut the grass?
Huh?
Should we cut the grass?
Oh, probably be fine. The longer the grass, the more it covers it up.
And the shittier it looks. Yeah. Um.
So,
think we're gonna do it Wednesday probably.
Okay.
That's what our plan is. So we just have to probably move that my truck and
The four-wheeler and
the
the
four
snowplow.
wheeler and then that car, the boat trailer.
Oh yeah. Do you know anybody that has something we could scrape 4 inches dirt off the ground right there with?
I mean, yes, but how
Like what?
like how readily?
Like quickly.
What about your neighbor? He has a tractor down there. The one that you work on his car. Could he come over and scrape it? I mean, I can get it. I can get
You
someone there,
mean
but
Peter, Russian neighbor?
it's gonna cost. It's gonna cost to get the equipment there.
Yeah, no, Peter, Russian neighbor. His tractor's broken right now.
No, the neighbor with all the acreage, the neighbor with the farmland. Not
Oh, Nathan.
how about that guy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he moves dirt, farmland dirt, maybe,
I mean, he's got to have. All you need is something with a little bit of a bucket, not much,
or a blade. Just thinking about a blade.
or a blade.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I would do that. Just call in and get a fucking truckload of gravel dumped right there. We just flatten it out real quick. So we don't worry about fucking grass and shit. Just not thought about. But I mean, it's on wheels. It ain't like it's fucking stuck.
Oh yeah, it'll be all right.
Um. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you to move like my truck and the four wheeler and stuff? What's your schedule like? Are you do that Wednesday, or do you want me to come over a little bit tomorrow? I don't know how busy you are,
Um.
or I can do it all myself
No, I don't enjoy
if you
yourself.
want.
No, no,
I don't
no,
want to disrupt you too much.
no, no, no. I mean, I got a bunch of work to do. I just the layout people been saying sending me emails today about doing layouts, and I'm like, yo, the business is closed, dude. Like, I know, but we just want to get it done before they open back up again. I'm like, all right, well, I told my crew to take the day off. Um, well, I asked my crew to be able to take the day off, like our client takes a day off, so they did. So I don't know what to tell
Hmm.
you. What's going on here?
You want to think about it and text me.
Dude, it's just one software issue after another with these fucking things. Um, yeah. I mean, the four wheel is gonna take us a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's not gonna
We're
take too
we're gonna
long.
hook a rope up to it and we're gonna drag it somewhere. Like that's not gonna be a big deal. The snowplow we can pick up. That's easy and light. Your truck is the hardest thing because there's no air in the tires, but now there's no snow on the ground like there was when I moved it. It'll tug just fine. It's
Right.
in neutral right now, so it'll hold just fine.
Okay.
So that won't be an issue. We can move on stuff. It'll take us a half hour tops to move that shit out of the way. So, sometime tomorrow afternoon, or when do you work?
I work Wednesday night. We're gonna move it Wednesday, so I could come before we move it Wednesday,
It's fine.
or if
Yeah.
you have
Yeah, either way it works.
either way works for you.
Yeah. Let
'Cause
me
then
do,
I don't have to bother you tomorrow at all. If you don't want.
where's my phone go? I don't see it. I don't feel it under my butt. All right, let me hit the button. Ooh,
Oh, that's nice. I'm not gonna watch this for that.
it's great. I hear it. It's under me somewhere. Oh, front pocket. How the fuck do I do that?
Front left.
I
That's a
never
great
do that.
spot.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck that got there. Oh, four port. Yuck. Oh, yuck. Okay. No, it's not fuel pressure. Yeah, 4-port. So this is information for everybody that's listening to the stream. If you run a 4-port, you run low spring pressure, like 3 to 5 psi with a 4-port. You don't run 1 bar of spring on a 4-port. That doesn't work. That's not good, not good. Um, yeah. Okay. That explains it. That explains it all. Okay. How the fuck am I gonna fix that?
Oh, the car?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Reason I'm on the phone was for the schedule. Yeah, Wednesday morning's fine.
Morning's fine?
Yeah, Wednesday morning's good.
All right. What do you got? What do you got Wednesday?
Afternoon, I got a tune.
You got 2.
And afternoon.
Okay. At what time? 2? Is that one of those that's like meet
Between
him
1
here?
and 2, yeah. I should
Okay.
meet him here. I try and be here by 1, but it depends on what's going on. So I tell him between. I told him to be here at 1, but I was told him I can be here from noon to 2. So it just depends on how my work goes.
Okay. So that'll be dependent on. Hopefully, my buddy can be here Wednesday morning. I imagine he's gonna want to do it in the morning because he's probably has a day he wants to do. So,
Sure.
but I'll text him here and if not, I know where you want it right there. So back it all the way up. But, okay. Well, I'll at least see you Wednesday morning.
Okay.
See you, dog.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So I'm gonna have to just lock the wastegate at specific duty cycles so we get no wiggle and see if she's able to can stay steady like that. So fire back up. Want to lower this, then make this 35. Just gonna lower that a little bit, see if that helps that little sputter. See, it helps that sputter. That guy. And then we're gonna go to boost. And I'm just gonna lock the duty cycle so at least we can get the power stuff figured out. And come on, brain. There it is. Yeah, so we're just gonna go right to 25%, like that. And that will let it not move. I should lock it in place. I'll do that. And then we'll check that air fuel ratio, see if that's more steady. That should be more steady. And then I'm gonna watch that, and then I'm also gonna watch. Um, we're gonna watch the air fuel ratio and the boost. See if we can fix that. Now this guy, I didn't hit up. Come on, come on. Okay, we're on the second table. Okay, that's good. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, fuck. I thought I grabbed the whole thing. Apparently I did not. All right. Okay, so it was me. I was like, what the fuck? Are you gotta be kidding me? Okay, let's go back to login. Look at the boost though. Look at the target. Target's here. Interrupt it's 5. Okay, but what? How is the proportional even fluctuating? That's because I added too much. And even at the top end of the table, it's allowed to fluctuate that much. And also, it's because not that I just add that much, but it's it's too steep. This gap is too big. So if the whole thing was 0.2, like this, then it's not an exponential change right there. So, oh, I want to check the fuel. Still adding fuel through that area, but it fixes itself up top quite a bit. But we're adding 24% right here. But look at that. Those changes I made in the closed loop, look how much closer it's sitting to that line versus before it had those swings. Now it's much tighter because I adjusted those settings, the PID control for the air fuel. So it hugs a lot closer. And I can keep pushing it to get that thing tighter and tighter and tighter um, to that target line. But we see right here, she's lean as shit right there. So we're gonna go and see where that's at. We're on B table 2 right now. Right there. Man, that's still surprising to me that it's that lean. I mean, 25%? That's surprising. So I gotta figure out why. I don't think that just adding to the VE table is the right answer here. Um, that's gonna be dead time, not really. Stoichiometric, no, because that's correct. That's a linear line. Density, maybe. This could be too low. This 7.3 to 7.7, our ethanol can be pretty dense, and that could be low in the density, and that could be why it's happening. So I may need to raise this ramp some. I know that uh, Anton did a bunch of testing on this, and it was a steeper ramp on it. Um, it wasn't as steep as I thought it would be, but it was a steeper ramp. That so that's gonna. Oh, that's the wrong direction. I fucked that up. No, that's a flatter ramp. Oh, that's a flatter ramp. Interesting. So it might not be that. Might not be that. Because I needed to add less. I'm sorry, I need to think that it's adding less fuel and to add more. So I don't think it's that. It's not that guy. So if it's not that, uh, a charge temper estimate or offset. This might not be enough. Might not be adding enough in the name of charge temp. But that's pretty, I mean, another 20 degrees almost. 14, no, it's definitely more than 14 degrees. Okay. That boost control makes you want to crash out sometimes. Injection timing. Could that have made it worse? I don't think so. I don't think so. But 25%, that's a lot. Let's look at the fuel pressure. See if that's not being compensated for adequately enough. So fuel pressure's only a couple PSI off. That's fine. Couple PSI and fuel pressure's no big deal. Switched it almost all to the air temp sensor unless they change the scale. Make sure I'm not backwards on it. 100% is engine temp, 0% is air temp. Well, that's what we want. We want it to be 10% engine and 90% air temp at this airflow rate. So that's not a problem. That's only grams per second, actually. That is a problem. This is low. That's a little low. So this should be like 300 right there is what it should be, more like that. This isn't the problem. This is just a small problem. Now, we're not going to be linear. I'm just getting closer to the graph right now, and I will tweak it. So this is not the problem. It's just a issue. It's not like it's way off. It's going to have a huge effect on fuel or anything. It's just I want to be a little better. So what this is saying is, as airflow goes up, it's what is the temperature going to actually be of the charge? Oh shit balls. Thought I got that right. What's it going to actually be? Right? It isn't just the air temp because we have the port heating the air up. And if you look at almost any manufacturer ECU OEM, you'll see this table in there. So you got this and this both cooling down the charge. The fuel entering the cylinder cooling down the stream, and then the fuel uh, or the air getting warmed up by the port and the valve. So one makes it warm, one makes it cold, basically, is what we're looking at. I didn't really go up there, but how much time can I go from pump gas to VP MS19? Well, that depends on the engine, right? That totally depends on the engine. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate the donation there. Thank you very much. I did a bunch of dyno testing on an EJ, and at the same boost level and everything else being the same, power stopped going up at 3.5 degrees. Now that was on a factory engine stage 2 car. How it changes after that depends. As I increase the boost on a stock pump gas car, I'm going to be pulling more timing. And so it's going to kind of start at like 3.5 at normal levels. But when you push it to areas where it's going to be very likely to knock, well, you're going to pull more timing out of it. And so what you're looking at is it's going to be something more along the lines of, say, 3 degrees at the same boost level that you would run on pump gas, and then 5 degrees where you would compensate for it if it was to spike even higher at like, so many 5-8 pounds higher, more than you would run on pump gas. You know what I'm saying? So if to keep it safe at 25 pounds of boost on pump gas, I may have to drop it down to 6 degrees. But at 14 pounds of boost, it's got 14 degrees of timing on, right? And that relationship isn't going to be linear. There's going to be a bit of a curve like this. It's eventually going to bottom out. And so what will happen is up here, you can add like 3. Right here, you can add like 5 or 7. And then here, it's still only going to be like 3 or 4. You're going to have this sweet spot where you can get away with more, but then there's going to be a floor. There's always a floor to it. And then in the normal areas, it's not a big of a difference. But in all the stuff I have done, when it's near the knock threshold on pump, it's only 3.5 degrees on ethanol, on US fuel. So I usually run it like safer than that on pump, and then make it like 5 degrees on ethanol. All right, let's see if we can get this boost to be steady this time. And the fuel to come in a little better. Ah, lost the pipe. Lost the boost pipe. Don't know which one. We lost a pipe. I don't know if you heard it. It blew it out. All right, so we were richer than our target there, but that's because we still had some residual fueling being added from it being lean earlier. So I can up the PID for the wideband. That'll definitely bring it closer. During an operation there, you can see that it's lean, then it's rich, and it's rich here because it was lean here. So not a big deal. The boost looked way better, and we did hit 30 pounds of boost, so 32. Ignition was 5 degrees. You can see how freaking low that is. So we had the fuel for it. The timing was definitely safe up there, so we hit that very safe region. That's really nice to be safe. Where is... Wow, how is exhaust pressure lower than boost pressure right there? What is that going on? What is that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. The boost blew off here. It didn't blow off here, but this pressure dropped. Boy, she got efficient or something. Turbo speed hit 132. Boost 5 was 25. So literally from 20 to 25, we go from about 17 pounds to 33 pounds. That is not going to work. Obviously, that is not going to work. Still, the integral is maxed high when we're above the boost target. What is going on? Look at that. Integral's just parked at 4.8. And I don't know, man. I gotta send this to fucking EMtron. I did. So I sent EMtron. I gotta ask some questions. Something is not fucking right. Something is not right. That is, none of this makes sense. I moved the cam. I took out some overlap. And that will drop the back pressure some. But the fact that it's less at 30 pounds of boost, that does not track at all. That does not track. What is voltage on that sensor? That is bizarre. That was AN. What was our sensor there? 5. Okay, let's look at 5. 5. 2.9. 2.7. 2.91. 2.90. 2.99. It does. It goes freaking down. Voltage drops at least, but why is that dropping? Crazy. Rev Dom, I'm the programmer for Clear Filtration. I told Mike to call you today. I was watching your older streams over the weekend. Hey, Bone Freeman. Yeah, I talked to Mike for quite a while this morning, actually. Um, yeah. Man, you're still gonna. Engine is a homebrew Ford Duratec, destroked NA 18, 13 to 1 compression. Oh, okay. So it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be crazy too, because the high compression reduces some of that effect. So, you know, boy, that power curve was fucking on the way though, wasn't it? That power curve was on the way to F your B. Right there, look at that. That shit was getting out. 450 pounds of torque by 4,500. She was going to do it. We were going to max that turbo out. And look at this. Map limit, 0. What the fuck? Ah, that is fucked up. That is fucked up. Okay, well, there's too many problems right now. I don't want to continue. I'm starting to do too many workarounds. I'm going to lose track of what I'm working around, unfortunately. So, got to figure out what's going on. I've never had this many problems ever on an EMtron car. I don't know how much of it's EMtron. I don't know how much was the car. But things like this, integral, stain, positive, when we've exceeded the boost target dramatically, not understanding that. Don't understand that one at all. That could be because, no, it should at least go back to 0. It should at least go back to 0. We're not using it. Like, it's not being it's not part of the equation right here. Here's the integral limit, right? So it's allowed to add 5 there, pull 5 there, right? So there's no reason why it shouldn't go down. And the integral gain is a normal number. It's a normal gain amount. It's low, but it's enough. It should respond. And it's not. That's freaking weird. Yeah, something's dicked up. Something is messed up. Yeah, well, that's normal. It's all normal. That doesn't matter. All these things are pulling duty cycle off of it anyways. All of them. Pulling duty cycle. Yeah, this is all set right. This is all set right, and it's not working. Alright, well, I'm sorry, guys. But there's definitely some sort of programming glitch going on. I don't know if I need to check the firmware again. I don't know what, but I'm gonna add to my ticket there with them and see if I can figure out what the fuck's going on. Um, maybe the integral just isn't clearing because the min and max are the same. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense. You know, that wouldn't make sense at all. Um, it should have no effect, but the calculation should still be correct. It should have no effect on the end results because I have the min-max set both at 25, but it should still calculate correctly unless there's some weird software glitch on that, like I was saying before. So I don't know about that. So the boost control is stinky because you saw that 25% guys, 33 pounds, ain't gonna fucking work. So that's got to get revamped completely. I don't know which pipe you blew off yet. I'll look in a minute. But we blew off a charge pipe somewhere. Um, you got to figure out the map limit's not working. That's a weird one. And really, I guess that's it. Those are the two big ones. And fix the sensor. So map sensor in the charge pipe. It's actually in the throttle body. We put it in the throttle body, but map sensor in the throttle body. Boost control and boost limit. I'm gonna I'm done. There's so many fucking issues. Like, I'm having a bunch of issues. Boost control in 2 different ways. Map limit's not working. I just blew a charge pipe because it went to 33 pounds of boost with only a 5% change in duty cycle. The overboost limit's not even working.
Huh.
Blow right through it. It says what it's supposed to be on the map on the table. Nothing's happening. Yeah, just a bunch of weird shit's going on. So I don't know what it is. I sent the map over to EMtron and said, "Hey, please take a look. I don't understand what's going on." So, but I mean, it's ready to fuck, dude. I don't know if you saw the last graph or not. That's pump. Okay, fuck you. That's with the addition of boost. You mean, why is it about ready to get some? I mean, this is 21 or 23 pounds. That's 33 pounds plus ethanol. So when I finish the pull, it's going to be a riot. Yeah.
Well, considering that the 770 is like 590 or whatever, how much better do you think it's gonna be? Remember, it's only a compressor wheel change.
Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's the speed has slowed down a lot.
Oh, that's cool.
That's one thing they were saying is that the speed has dropped. So
It's a more aggressive wheel.
yeah, I suppose. Yeah, like it was just too high speed before. Because that's 130-ish K right there. The limit's 140.
Mhm.
And I'll run this bitch to 150.
Yeah.
And so
It's gonna go a lot more.
it's gonna get some. It's gonna get some. So I'm just surprised how fast it spools on the 2.3. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with how fast it spools on the 2.3.
Even on an ETS kit.
Even on ETS kit. Yeah.
Pick up 600 RPM easy on it.
Oh, at least. Yeah. At least. It's gonna be fun.
Alright.
Alrighty. Max boost on this is 30 psi question mark. I don't know what max boost is. Don't know yet. It'll be around there. It'll at redline. It'll be around 30 or so at redline. Right. You got to remember, like the RPM increases as RPM goes up for the same boost level. So to say max boost limit doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't. It could be 60 as long as I tapered the boost back down to 35 by redline, right? It's and yeah. So max boost is not. It is not a viable thing to say, and especially between engines, right? Like on a 2.5 liter, probably 4 psi less. Um, if everything was identical, same heads, cams, everything, probably 4 psi less on a 2.5. So like I said, boost is just so irrelevant. I say that to people all the time. You guys, how much boost you running? Like, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not a viable metric in my opinion. Things change so much. Um, so yeah, I don't know, dude. My back. I thought I was unplugging the ECU, which on this side, the Haltech, thought I was unplugging that, and I unplugged the mic. Turbo speed, yeah. So right now it's at 130, I think is what I saw. And with the 825, I'll probably spin it to a buck 50. The speed limit's 140. So I'll probably spin it to 140, 150, somewhere in there. We'll see how it goes. The performance will tell me whether or not that's the case. But if you run max speed from 4,500 to 8,000 RPM, you run at 140, that's going to be 43 pounds of boost at 4,500 and then 30 something at redline, right? So it's, I mean, you have a great turbo. You have a great turbo. That turbo is really good. And you would, for the airflow that you're getting out of that thing, you would have to go to like a G40 or something, really. Um, unless you were looking just to widen the power band some by bringing it in a little earlier, then the G30 825 would be a good thing. A 35, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen the G35s perform at all, and it's really a bummer. I've been trying to figure out what's wrong with the G35s. Maybe this Gen 2 will fix it, but the Gen 1 G35s in any trim have sucked. They've really sucked. Um, and that's a shame. I really thought the 35s would perform better, but they just haven't. Like I said, there's just some balance between the intake and the compressor and the turbine that isn't there on the G35s. The GTX 35, like 84 RS, that turbo fucks. That thing rips, like seriously does. So, um, yeah, I wouldn't be in a hurry to jump to a G30 unless you're going to a 40. Or if the Gen 2 35, if it's even come out yet, comes out and people have tested it. Because the Gen 1 G35 is not a good turbo. It just hasn't been a performer, honestly. I'm gonna try a G35 900 on a Subaru here pretty soon. I tried one on one car before and it didn't perform really well. But this is a totally different build on this other car. I'm gonna try it on there too, see how it performs. And if it sucks, then we just won't run them until the Gen 2 comes out and give it a shot. But the only other time I ran a Gen 35 900, it did not perform very good, like I would want it to. So, or like I would expect it to for something that size. So I would not make the jump right now. Um, we're also about to test the Precision Turbo here pretty soon, or no, the new Turbo Smart Turbo. I don't have high hopes for it, but maybe it'll blow me away. Maybe it'll just impress the shit out of me. And if that's the case, and I fucking hope it is, then I'll be able to tell you about the new Turbo Smart Turbo, which are made by the dude that made Precision originally, which moved over to what's it called? HSI, H something, that guy's turbos. The original Precision guy left Precision, went to be something else. And then now his turbos are also sold under the Turbo Smart name. So, um, I don't like the compressor design on those. Uh, so we'll see. We'll see. But I like the wheel. Every turbo manufacturer I've talked to has been like, every time we do the swept wing, like he's got on those fucking compressors, they flow less. So only thing I can think of is that he's intentionally shooting for really high RPM, and that's why they're laggier. It's because it takes longer to get that turbo going to that high RPM, and he makes them for extremely high RPM use. And that's the reason that swept wing gets him anything. Otherwise, I don't understand, what it is about his turbos. I just don't see him being good, but we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong about that one. Two things to point out, not related to what you're talking about, but on this dynograph, the dip is gone here as well. Got that fixed because that fuel trim was pulling it down. I adjusted the cams. I think that helped actually. I might have had too much advance on them before. Brought it down to 35 instead of 45. It seemed to like that. And then up here, it looks like she's ready to go. And I'm really excited to see where it heads to. But anyways, I'm gonna go home. I'm tired. My voice is tired from talking so much. And I'm gonna get this list together and try and figure out what we're gonna do about getting all these things worked out on this car. It's unfortunate that we keep having little issues with it, but that happens. That happens. Just gotta work through them. Just gotta work through them. We didn't build this car. The owner did, and then we changed it. So as I'm adding stuff, I'm asking him, where did you put this? Where did you put that? So, some of it's on us, some of it's on him as to, some of the issues that we're having because we're trying to adapt wiring that he did, or we wire something up and find out that something wasn't crypto enough, or we get a part from another manufacturer that it wasn't good, but he bought the part from the manufacturer and then it's not working, things like that. So there's not supposed to be any finger pointing with that. Um, but that is just the way that it goes when you only get like a portion of the build and that kind of thing. So, um, yeah. How do you get rotated from tier one? Yeah, so they're on a temporary hold only because the fabricator here was being kind of a twat about some stuff. So I'm hoping that he gets his mind right and gets that shit figured out so that we can go back to what we were doing. We were making great progress. We were doing great stuff. And then he wanted to do a bunch of kits and do a bunch of shit, and we were excited for it. And we had people lined up to do the work and all of that. And then something happens, and he's like, "I don't want to do it. I don't know." So that's going to be fixed eventually. I don't know when that's going to be, but we'll see. Um, just got the same exact text over again. I don't know if you meant to do that, but we just sent the same chat to the thing again. So yeah, I said hi earlier. Um, what else? I guess that's it. Yeah, it'll end up becoming mine. I have most of the stuff, so I'll just add the flanges probably, and then have the whole thing manufactured by somebody else. Um, I was really enjoying having him do it, but if he's if he's balking all of a sudden, then I'll just go around him. Fuck it. And then I can do some other things the way I want to do it, more to my taste. Put some clearance where I want to put it, adjust a few things the way I want. That's the thing with fabricators is sometimes they get in this mindset all of a sudden where they know everything, and you're like, "Well, how's this gonna work?" Well, it's that whatever. And I'm like, well, it's not. I mean, you can look right here and see that that's touching, things like that. So, um, I think we all go through it at some point in our life. And my old fabricator, who I love dearly, still a good friend, but he did not want to fucking listen. He did not want to listen. I'm like, we should do this. No, I don't want to do that. Why? Well, because it takes too much time and be too hard to do it the first time. I'm like, but it's better. Yeah, but I already have this. And I was like, oh, I want to do cool shit. Let's do cool shit. But so yeah, yeah. Anyways, all right, guys, I gotta go. Gotta want my car. Gotta look under the hood of this thing. See if I can figure some other shit out. I'm gonna bring another map sensor in for the charge pipe so we can try the sensor, see if it's just a bad sensor. Um, and then reroute the wastegate solenoid and all of that. But that's gonna put a delay on this car because I got a BMW to tune on Wednesday and I got another car to tune on Friday. I was hoping to get this thing done today, but too many fucking problems. Um, yeah, I got tunes all week. The customer who changed his turbo and he's like, well, I gotta tow it to you to drive it. I'm like, you don't gotta tow it to drive it, dude. Just don't punch it. Like, keep it under a few PSI a boost. You can drive a car that way. I know it. And you can give it to me. So, all right. Yeah, guys, have yourself a good evening. And I will not be streaming on the BMW Tune on Wednesday. That's too cumbersome. Holy shit, that's so cumbersome and so much time consuming. I will not be streaming then. Friday is a Link G4 and a Built 2.5 with a decent size turbo and etc. I will probably be streaming Friday's Link Tune. So if you guys have more questions, come to the Discord, ask away, send me an email, or wait till Friday. Other than that, have yourselves a good evening, and I appreciate you guys stopping by, and I'll see you on the next stream.